Hi. Hello everyone. Hi. Happy Saturday. Um how's everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Um so yeah, um I'm a little iffy. Um I I'm a little nervous, all right? I'm very sorry. Um let me give you like some context. I've been I've been working on the model a lot, and well, stuff happened today. I managed to fix them and everything, but my brain was just so mush, just wanting to essentially just. I wanted to spend time with you guys. I really wanted to spend time with you guys, and I know that I should just be crying in my own corner and and the likes, but like that. But I Haley, you're fine. You're fine. I disable. Okay, so I disabled every mostly all of a channel point redeems because this is the pilot stream where I read you guys a story. I will be um I will be r- I will be re-enabling them after stream just because this is important for me. This is a pilot project. This is the first time reading a book on stream. So the less distractions, the better. But I also want us to essentially talk about what we read across this. Because as you know, I am a storyteller, but I also like to talk about the lore that is hidden in what we don't see. Halo has gotten me through most of my childhood, most of my teenage years as well. The books I've carried with me um years. I have the books I own. I've I've owned since a very long time. They are my absolute favorite books to read. they were so there was so much my favorite that I did things. I did things. All right. I stole the books from my high school's library. I was like, I'm the only one reading them. They don't need them. So that's a little that middle my little guilty moment. That's how much I love them. And I even did worse. I suggested to the library about like 3 more books at the time when they came out, and I also stole I also went away with them. So yeah, that's how, stuff like that happens. I'm a book stealer. I consume the lore so much, I leave with it. They don't need it. I'm the one enjoying it, not them. But hi. Hi, everyone. Um, I hope the music is not too loud. We need to adjust sounds and everything just to be sure it's not too imposing. I just want this music behind us. So it's not too much imposing. I'm very sorry. I'm sweating so hard, guys. Like dead ass. I was like, I can rig this little thing here. Just quickly. It's like literally like two art mesh and one deformer. So we got the immersive floating books now, a floating PNG book with the with the cover of what we are reading tonight. So so. Are you guys ready? Halo was a good friend growing up, so I can't judge you on the book borrowing. Listen, a lot of friends that I've met, I met them on Halo. Sadly, I haven't seen those friends in forever. Um, Generally, like most of my friends that I've met on Xbox Live at the time, uh, I I don't know what happened to them, where they are, or the likes. But I still have a few contacts with them, with a few of them. We don't hang out as much now, but they were still very good friends at the time. So wherever they are, I hope they're happy and they're having the best of their life. So, welcome everyone. Welcome to this pilot stream of reading Halo: The Fall of Reach. For those of you who know nothing about Halo, um, which probably is surprising considering how Halo have pushed the video game industries to such height. Halo is a story about a soldier named Master Chief who fights. I have a hard time fucking. Master Chief essentially fights for Earth in order to, survive the threat of a group of aliens known as a Covenant. And we are about to see the origin of Master Chief himself. Where did he start it? All right. So we have forward a four world from Eric Nylund. No, Frank O'Connor. When Bungie, Eric Nylund, and Microsoft teamed up to create the novel Halo: The Fall of Reach, it was one of those things, an interesting and sudden opportunity. The kind of things where you simply don't think about what's coming next. You react. Eric cranked that thing out in record time and sit back, or rather, move on to other business. We were launching and supporting not only a game, but an entire business. A console that would go on to be the home base for Halo for another 10 years. The Fall of Reach wasn't the first novelization of a video game. There had been several, in fact, before that. All had differing layers and measures of success. But the Fall of Reach did something unexpected. I won't bother talking about sales or success as it relates to dollars and numbers or bestsellers list. But it reached a level of success that was unprecedented and will continue for years to come with Eric and other authors thriving in this new space. It bridged the invisible gulf between story, universe, game, and imagination. It was a brilliantly executed matrix of material that connected these disparate elements and cohesively pulled it all together, making Halo a game built on suddenness and mystery feel immediately like it had been around forever, and that we, the players, were just tuning in, catching a universe in motion at a particularly exciting moment. I will need to drink a lot of water throughout this because holy shit, that's a lot of words. The idea started when Nancy. Figetner, then part of the Halo franchise deal, and Jordan Weisman, founder of Shadowrun creator FASA, FASA, among other things, decided that book publishing was something that Microsoft's nascent console business ought to be attached to. They worked to find a good publishing partner and writer to germinate the idea, and ended up working with Eric Trotman, Eric Nylund, of course, and Bungie to begin the novel. Eric did something. Eric did something remarkable. He fleshed out, in just a few short weeks, a nascent universe that we've continued to build on and continued to connect the dots between those disparate stars, some of which were planted in the Halo firmament in the fall of Reach. Reach wasn't just a piece of deliberate universe building, but a careful exercise in crisis avoidance. Eric had the challenge of not only creating believable characters with history and impact, but ensuring they didn't step on the toes of a story that's still in motion. This is not an enviable task, and it takes a patient, understanding, imaginative type of writer to create grand fiction with those kinds of restrictions. And yet, Herrick was somehow able to use those restrictions not as training wheels or prison bars, but rather as a high tensile springboard from which to launch a whole new aspect of the universe, one grounded in the dirt and blood of the Spartan program as it existed, rather than the mystery and awe of the universe where the Master Chief is the last standing Spartan. It seems absurd on its face to talk about the scale of those two facets of the Halo universe, but in some way, the fall of Reach is smaller and more personal, while at the same time deeper and denser than the wide open enigma and vistas of the game. Whereas Halo is all about loneliness and exploration, the fall of Reach is about a different kind of journey, that of childhood to adulthood, and that of innocence to war, for both its protagonist and the species he championed. And the process itself was almost as grueling as the Spartan training. Eric had very limited access to Bungie, hard at work finishing the game, and basically had to rely on a large drop of information. The seeds of the fabled story Bible from Jason Jones and Bungie, while his writing partner and co-heavy lifter at the time, Eric Trotman, consolidated feedback and information from the team and filtered it to end with Nylund. And again, all this in a hyper compressed timeline to take advantage of a narrow window of opportunity. The book went from conception to final print in a staggering 4 months. They wrote this book in fucking 4 months. How goaded do you need to be? Do you know how crazy that is? To spawn a book that is nearly 450-page long in 4 months. It was a collaborative effort, but often blindly so. In the riot of noise for the launch of the game, the book took a backseat, but only for a short drive. As the game exploded in popularity, people became curious about the backstory of this deliberately obfuscated protagonist. Putting yourself in the Master Chief Mjolnir boots was probably one of the most satisfying experience gamers ever had. But curiosity about a universe you're inserted into, literally mid battle, propels sales of the novel, and it just continued to sail. We've made a lot of Halo novels since then, with a broad range of writers, and one thing remains the same. From Eric Nylund to Karen Travis to Greg Bear and beyond, the Halo sandbox of characters events, and emotions is a perfect playground for pros. And this is literally just the beginning. Frank O'Connor, Redmond, Washington, 2010. Are you guys ready? It's time. It's time to dig into this. 0500 hours. February 12, 2535. Military calendar. Lambda Serpentis System. Jericho 7. Theater of Operation. Contacts. All teams stand by. Enemy contact. My position. The chief knew there were probably more than 100 of them. Motion sensors were off the scale. He wanted to see them for himself, though his training made that lesson clear. Machines break. I don't. The four Spartans that composed Blue Team covered his back, standing absolutely silent and immobile in their Mjolnir combat armor. Someone had once commented that they looked like Greek war gods in the armor. But his Spartans were far more effective and ruthless than Homer's gods have ever been. He snaked the fiber optic probe up and over the 3-meter high stone ridge. When it was in place, the chief linked it to his helmet's heads up display. On the other side, he saw a valley with eroded rocks, walls, and a river meandering through it, and camped along the banks as far as he could see were grunts. The Covenant used these stocky aliens as cannon fodder. They stood a meter tall and wore armored environment suits that replicated the atmosphere of their frozen homeworld. They reminded the chief of biped dogs, not only in appearance, but because their speech, even with the new translation software, was an odd combination of high pitched squeaks, guttural barks, and growls. They were about as smart as dogs, too. But what they lacked in brain power, they made up for in sheer tenacity. He had seen them hurl themselves at their enemies until the ground was piled high with their corpses, and their opponents had depleted their ammunition. These grunts were unusually well armed: needlers, plasma pistols, and there were four stationary plasma cannons. Those could be a problem. Let's talk. Let's talk. The grunts. These grunts reproduce like fucking rabbits, by the way. The reason why the Covenant are capable of maintaining their population under control is that they maintain the unique methane gas they require from their homeworld. They filtered it so that it acts like they are, let's say, neutered. Yeah, neutered. Because the reason why the grunts are capable of of literally spawning an army that fast is literally because they need the atmosphere. If you were throwing grunts in a planet with the proper methane composition, the planet would be overrun in a matter of weeks. I felt like I needed to say that. One other problem: there were easily 1,000 of them. This operation had to go off without a hitch. Blue Team's mission was to draw out the Covenant rear guard and let Red Team slip through in the confusion. Red Team would then plant a Havoc tactical nuke. When the next Covenant ship landed, drop its shield, and started to unload its troop, they'd get a 30 megaton surprise. The chief detached the optics and took a step back from the rock wall. He passed the tactical information along to his team over a secure comm channel. Four of us, Blue 2 whispered over the link. And 1,000 of them? Piss poor odds for the little guys. Blue 2, Chief said. I want you up with those jackhammers launcher. Take out the cannons and soften the rest of them. Blue 3 and 5, you follow me up. We're on crowd control. Blue 4, you get the welcome mat ready. Understood? Four blue lights winks on his head-up display as his team acknowledged the order. On my mark, the chief crouched and readied himself. Mark! Blue 2 leaped gracefully atop the ridge, 3 meters straight up. There was no sound as the half-ton of Mjolnir armor and Spartan landed on the limestone. She hefted one launcher and ran along the ridge. She was the fastest Spartan on the chief's team. He was confident those grunts wouldn't be able to track her for the 3 seconds she'd be exposed. In quick succession, Blue 2 emptied both of the jackhammer's tube, dropped one launcher, and then fired the other rocket just as far. The shells streaked into the grunt's formation and detonated. One of the stationary gun flipped over, engulfed in the blast, and the gunner was flung to the ground. She ditched the launcher, jumped down, rolled once, and was back on her feet, running at top speed to the fallback point. The chief, Blue 3 and Blue 5, leaped to the top of the ridge. The chief was switched to infrared to cut through the clouds of dust and propellant exhaust just in time to see the second salvo of jackhammers strike their targets. Two consecutive blossom of flash, fire, and thunder decimated the front ranks of the grunt's guards, and most importantly, turned the last of the plasma cannons into smoldering wreckage. The chief and the others opened fire with their MA5B assault rifle, a full automatic spray of 15 rounds per second. Armor piercing bullets tore into the aliens, breaching their environment suits and sparking the methane tank they carried. Gouts of flame traced wild arc as the wounded grunts ran in confusion and pain. Finally, the grunts realized what was happening and where this attack was coming from. They regrouped and charged en masse. An earthquake vibration coursed through the ground and shook the porous stone beneath the chief's boot. The three Spartans exhausted their AP clips and then, in unison, switched to shredder rounds. They fired into the tide of creatures as they surged forward. Line after line of them dropped. Score more just trampled their fallen comrades. Explosive needles bounced off the chief's armor, detonating as they hit the ground. He saw the flash of a plasma bolt, sidestepped, and heard the air crackle as he had stood a split second before. Inbound Covenant air support, Blue 4 reported over the comlink. ETA is 2 minutes, Chief. Roger that, he said. Blue 3 and 5, maintain fire 5 seconds, then fall back. Mark. Their status light winked once, acknowledging his order. The grunts were 3 meters from the wall. The chief tossed two grenades. He, Blue 3, and Blue 5 stepped backward off the ridge, landed, spun, and ran. Two dull thumps reverberated throughout the ground. The squeal and barks of the incoming grunts, however, drowned out the noise of the exploding grenades. The chief and his team sprint off the half-kilometer sandstone slope in 32-second flat. Hang on. They sprinted half a kilometer in 32 seconds. Am I right? Are we all understanding this right? Half a kilometer in 32 seconds. Do you know how superhuman you need to be to do that? It's a lot. Yeah, yeah. Spartan never skipped leg day at all. All right. the the hill ended abruptly, a sheer drop of 200 meters straight into the ocean. Blue Forest's voice crackled over the comm channel. Welcome mat is laid out, Chief. Ready when you are. The grunt looks like a living carpet of steel blue skin, claws, and chrome weapons. Some ran on all fours up the slope. They barked and howled, baying for the Spartan's blood. Roll out the carpet, Chief told Blue Four. The hill exploded. Plume of pulverized sandstone and fire and smoke hurtled skyward. The Spartans had buried a spider web pattern of Lotus anti-tank mines earlier this morning. Sand and bits of metal pinged off of the chief's helmet. The chief and his team opened fire again, picking off the remaining grunts that were still alive and struggling to stand. His motion detector flashed a warning. There were incoming projectile high at 2 o'clock. Velocities at over 100 km/h. 5 Covenant Banshees flyer appeared over the ridge. New contacts. All team, open fire, he barked. The Spartans, without hesitation, fired on the alien flyers. Bullets hit Ping from the flyer's chitinous armor. It would take a very lucky shot to take out the anti-grav pods on the end of the craft's stubby meter-long's wing. The fire got the aliens' attention. However, lances of fire slashed from the Banshee's gun port. The chief dove and rolled to his feet. Sandstone exploded where they had stood only an instant before. Globules of molten glass sprayed the Spartan. The Banshee screamed over their heads, then banked sharply for another pass. Blue 3, Blue 5, Theta maneuvers, the chief called out. Blue 3 and 5 gave him the thumbs up signal. They regrouped at the edge of the cliff and clipped onto the steel cables that dangled down the length of the rock wall. Did you set up the gases with fire or shrapnel? The chief asked. Both, Blue Tree replied. So about 66 km/h, I guess, if your math is right. Good. The chief grabbed the detonators. Cover me. The gases were never meant to take down flying targets. The Spartan had put them there to mop up the grunts. In the field, though, you had to improvise. Another tenet of their training: adapt or die. The Banshee formed into a flying V and swooped towards them, almost brushing the ground. The Spartans opened fire. Bolts of superheated plasma from the Banshees punctuated the air. The chief dodged to the right, then to the left. He ducked. Their aim was getting better. The Banshees were 100 meters away, then 50 meters. Their plasma weapon might recycle fast enough to get another shot, and at this range, the chief wouldn't be dodging. The Spartan jumped backward off the cliff, gun still blazing. The chief jumped too and hit the detonators. The 10 fugases, each a steel barrel filled with napalm and spent AP and shredder casing, had been buried a few meters from the edge of the cliff, their mouth angled up at 30 degrees. When the grenades at the bottom of the barrel exploded, it made one hell of a barbecue out of anything that got in their way. The Spartans slammed into the side of the cliff. The steel cable they were attached to twanged out. A wave of heat and pressure washed over them. A heartbeat later, five flaming banshee hurtled over their head, leaving thick trails of black smoke as they arced over the water. They splashed down, then vanished beneath the emerald wave. The Spartans hung there a moment, waiting and watching with their assault rifle trained on the water. No survivor surfaced. They rappelled down to the beach and rendezvoused with Blue 2 and 4. Red Team reports mission objective achieved, Chief. Blue 2 said. They send their compliment. It's hardly going to balance the scale, Blue 3 muttered and kicked the sand. Not like those grunts when they slaughtered the 105 drop jet platoon. They should suffer just as much as those guys did. The chief had nothing to say to that. It wasn't his job to make things suffer. He was just here to win battles, whatever it took. Blue 2, the chief said, get me an uplink. Aye, aye. She patched him onto the SATCOM system. Mission accomplished, Captain DeBlanc. The chief reported. Enemy neutralized. Excellent news, the captain said. But we're pulling you out, Chief. We're just getting warped up down here, sir. Well, it's a different story up here. Move out for pickup ASAP. Understood, sir. The chief killed the uplink. He told his team, the party's over, Spartan. Dust off in 15. They jog double quick up the 10 kilometers of the beach and return to their dropship, a Pelican, scuff and dent from 3 days hard fighting. They boarded and the ship's engine whined to life. Bluetooth took off her helmet and scratched the stubble of her brown hair. It's a shame to leave this place, she said, and leaned against the porthole. There are so few left. The chief stood by her and glanced out as they lifted into the air. There were wide, rolling plains of palm grass, the green expanse of ocean, a wispy band of clouds in the sky, and setting red suns. There will be other place to fight for, he said. Will there? She whispered. The pelican ascended rapidly through the atmosphere. The sky darkened, and soon only stars surrounded them. In orbit, there were dozens of frigates, destroyers, and two massive carriers. Every ship had carbon scoring and holes peppering their hull. They were all maneuvering to break orbit. They docked in the port bay of the UNSC destroyer Resolute. Despite being surrounded by 2 meters of titanium A battle plate and an array of modern weapons, the chief preferred to have his feet on the ground, with real gravity and real atmosphere to breathe. A place where he was in control and where his life wasn't held in the hands of anonymous pilots. A ship just wasn't home. The battlefield was. So, so. This first part here, depicts us how effective the Spartans are on the field. You can tell how they're organized, how efficient their planning is. They don't make mistakes, at least barely. But even so, it also shows us that even if they do a good job, there's still other fights, and that they're going to be used for as long as they can be. They're soldiers after all. But they're also depicted as weapons rather than humans, which is a bit sad, honestly. All right, moving on. The chief rode the elevator to the bridge to make his report, taking advantage of the momentary respite to read Red Team's after action report in his display. As predicted, as predicted, the Spartans of Red, Blue, and Green Team, augmenting three divisions of battle hardened UNSC Marines, had stalled a Covenant ground advance. Casualty figures were still coming in, but on the ground at least, the alien force had been completely stonewalled. War is all that they ever know. Yeah, yeah, but it's still sad, honestly. A moment later, the lift doors parted, and he stepped on the rubberized deck. He snapped a creased salute to Captain DeBlanc, sir, reporting as ordered. The junior bridge officer took a step back from the chief. They weren't used to seeing a Spartan in full Mjolnir armor up close. Most line troops had never even seen a Spartan. The ghostly iridescent green of the armor plates and the matte black layer underneath made him look part gladiator, part machine. Or perhaps to the bridge crew, he looked as alien as the Covenant. The view screens showed stars and Jericho 7's four silver moons. At extreme range, a small constellation of stars drifted closer. The captain waved the chief closer as he stared at that cluster of stars. The rest of the battle group. It's happening again. Request permission to remain on the bridge, sir. Chief said, I want to see it this time, sir. The captain hung his head, looking weary. He glanced at the master chief with haunted eye. Very well, chief. After all you've been through to save Jericho 7, we owe you that. We're only 30 million kilometers out system, though. Not half as far as I'd like to be. He turned to the nav officer. Bearing 120, prepare our exit vector. He turned to face the chief. We'll say the wash, but if those bastards so much as twitch in our direction, we're jumping the hell out of here. Understood, sir. Thank you. Resolute's engine rumbled and the ship moved off. 3 dozen Covenant ships, big ones, destroyers, and cruisers, winked into view in the system. They were sleek, looking more like sharks than starcraft. Their lateral line brightened with plasma, then discharge and rain fire down upon Jericho 7. The chief watched for an hour and didn't move a muscle. The planet's lakes, rivers, and oceans vaporized. By tomorrow, the atmosphere would boil away, too. Fields and forests were glassy smooth and glowing red hot in patches. Where they had once been a paradise, only hell remained. Make ready to jump, clear it off the system, the captain ordered. The chief continued to watch, his face grim. There had been 10 years of this. The vast network of human colonies whittled down to a handful of strongholds by a merciless, implacable enemy. The chief had killed the enemy on the ground, shot them, stabbed them, and broken them with his own two hands. On the ground, Spartans always won. The problem was, the couldn't take their fight into space. Every minor victory on the ground turned into a major defeat in orbit. Soon, there would be no more colonies, no human settlement, and nowhere left to run. And now we go back in time. As the prologue began at the year 2535, we now go back in time to 2517. 0430, August 17, 2517. Military calendar. Slipstream space. Unknown coordinate near Eridanus star system. Lieutenant Junior Grade Jacob Keyes awoke. Dull red light filled his blurry vision, and he choked on the slime in his lungs and throat. Sit up, Lieutenant Keyes. A disembodied male voice said. Sit, take a deep breath, and cough, sir. You need to clear the bronchial sulfactant. Lieutenant Keyes pushed himself up, peeling his back off the form-fitting gel bed. A wisp of fog overflowed from the cryogenic tube as he clumsily climbed out. He sat on a nearby bench, tried to inhale, and double over, coughing until a long string of clear fluid flowed from his open mouth. He sat up and drew his first full breath in 2 weeks. He tasted his lip and almost gagged. The cryo-inhalant was specifically designed to be regurgitated and swallowed, replacing nutrients lost in the deep sleep. No matter how they changed the formula, though, it always tasted like lime-flavored mucus. Yummy, 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 yummy. Very, 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 very tasty, you know. Status Doran, are we under attack? Negative, sir. The ship's AIs replied. Status normal. We will enter normal space near the Eridanus system in 45 minutes. Lieutenant Keefe coughed again. Good. Thank you, Doran. You're welcome, Lieutenant. For fuck's sake, guys. Eridanus was on the border of the outer colony. It was just far enough off the beaten path for pirates to be lurking, waiting to capture a diplomatic shuttle like the Hun. This ship wouldn't last long in a space action. They should have an escort. He didn't understand why they had been sent alone. But junior lieutenants didn't question orders, especially when those orders came from Fleetcom HQ on Planet Reach. Hi, Haku! Hi, we just started chapter 1. Wake up protocols dictated that he inspect the rest of the crew to make sure no one had run into problem reviving. He looked around the sleep chamber. Rows of stainless steel lockers and showers, a medical pod for emergency resuscitation, and 40 cryogenic tubes, all empty except the one to his left. The other person on the hunt was the civilian specialist, Dr. Halsey. Keyes had been ordered to protect her at all costs, pilot the ship, and generally stay the hell out of her way. They might as well have asked him to hold her hand. This wasn't a military mission, it was babysitting. Someone at Fleet Command must have him on their blacklist. The cover of Dr. Halsey's tube hung open. Mist rippled out as she sat up, coughing. Her pale skin made her look like a ghost in the fog. Matted lock of dark hair clung to her neck. She didn't look much older than him, and she was lovely. Not beautiful, but definitely a striking woman. For a civilian, anyway. Her blue eyes fixed upon the lieutenant, and she looked him over. We must be near Redanus, she said. Lieutenant Keyes almost saluted reflexively, but checked the motion. Yes, doctor. His face reddened, and he looked away from her slender body. This dude came out of fucking cryostasis and, like, you know what? Why is my ding dong so hard? Oh, wait, it's a woman. I understand, bro, though. He had drilled in cryogenic recovery a dozen times at the academy. He'd seen his fellow officers naked before, men and women. But Dr. Halsey was a civilian. He didn't know what protocol applied. Bitch, you're military! Come on, dude! Civilian, military, whatever. Just stick to your fucking training. Lieutenant Keyes got up and went to her. Can I help you? She swung her leg out of the tube and climbed out. I'm fine, Lieutenant. Get cleaned up and dressed. She brushed past him and strode to the showers. Hurry. We have important work to do. Lieutenant Keyes stood straighter. Aye, aye, man. With that brief encounter, their role and the rules of conduct crystallized. Civilian or not, like it or not, Lieutenant Keyes understood that Dr. Halsey was in charge. Girl boss. I need a lozenge. Give me a sec, guys. Just take a lozenge for my throat. Yeah. Yeah, I've been drinking water all this time, but my throat is still very dry. The bridge of the Han had an abundance of space for a vessel of its size. That is, it had all the maneuvering room of a walk-in closet. A freshly showered, shaved, and uniformed Lieutenant Keyes pulled himself into the room and sealed the pressure door behind him. Every surface of the bridge was covered with monitors and screens. The wall on his left was a single large semi-curved view screen, dark for the moment because there was nothing in the visible spectrum to see in slip space. Behind him was a hand spinning center section containing the mess, the rec room, and the sleep chamber. There was no gravity on the bridge. However, the diplomatic shuttle had been designed for the comfort of its passenger, not the crew. It didn't seem to bother Dr. Halsey. Strapped into the navigator's couch, she wore a white jumpsuit that matched her pale skin. and I tied her dark hair into a simple, elegant knot. Her fingers danced across four keypads, tapping in commands. Welcome, Lieutenant, she said without looking up. Please have a seat at the communication station and monitor the channels when we enter normal space. If there's so much as a squeak on non standard frequency, I want to know instantly. He dressed to the communication station and strapped himself down. Torrent? She asked. Awaiting your orders, Dr. Halsey. The ship AI replied. Give me astrogation maps of the system. Online, Dr. Halsey. Are there any planets currently aligned with our entry trajectory in Eridanus 2? I want to pick up a gravitational boost so we can move in system ASAP. Calculating now, Dr. Hal. And can we have some music? Rachmaninoff Piano Concerto number 3, I think. Understood, Doctor. And start a pre-burn warm-up cycle for the fusion engine. Yes, Doc. And stop spinning the hand's central carousel system. We may need the power. Working. She eased back. The music started and she sighed. Thank you, Torrin. You're welcome, Dr. Halsey. Entering normal space in 5 minutes. Plus or minus 3 minutes. Lieutenant Keyes shot the doctor an admiring glance. He was impressed. Few people could put a shipboard AI through its pace so rigorously as to cause a detectable pause. She turned to face him. Yes, Lieutenant, you have a question. He composed himself and pulled his uniform jacket taut. I was curious about our mission. I assume we are to reconnoiter something in the system. But why send a shuttle rather than a prowler or a corvette? And why just the two of us? She blinked and smiled. A fairly accurate assumption and analysis, Lieutenant. This is a reconnaissance mission of sorts. We are here to observe a child, the first of many. A child, a 6-year-old male, to be precise. She waved her hand. It may help if you think of this purely as a UNSC fun psychological study. Every trace of a smile evaporated from her lips, which is precisely what you are to tell anyone who asks. Is that understood, Lieutenant? Yes, Doctor. Keith's frown, retrieved his grandfather's pipe from his pocket, and turned it end over end. He couldn't smoke the thing. Igniting a combustible on a flight deck was against every major regulation on a UNSC space vehicle. But sometimes he just fiddled with it or chewed on the tip, which helped him think. He stuck it back to his pocket and decided to push the issue and find out more. With all due respect, Dr. House, this sector of space is dangerous. With a sudden declaration, they entered normal space. The main view screen flickered and a million stars snapped into focus. The hand dove towards a cloud swirl gas giant dead ahead. Stand by for burn, Dr. Alzi announced. On my mark, Torrent. Lieutenant Keyes tightened his harness. 3, 2, 1, mark. The ship rumbled and sped faster towards the gas giant. The pull of the harness increased around the lieutenant's chest, making breathing difficult. They accelerated for 67 seconds. The storms of the gas giant grew larger on the view screen. Then, the Hun arced up and away from its surface. Eridanus drifted into the center of the screen and filled the bridge with warm orange light. Gravity boost complete. Soren chimed. ETA to Eridanus is 42 minutes, 3 seconds. Well done, Dr. Halsey said. She unlocked her harness and floated free, stretching. I hate cryosleep. It leaves one so cramped. As I was saying before, Doctor, this system is dangerous. She gracefully spun to face him, halting her momentum with a hand on the bulkhead. Oh, yes, I know how dangerous this system is. It has a colorful history. Rebel insurrection in 2494, beaten down by the UNSC 2 years later at the cost of 4 destroyers. She thought a moment and then added, I don't believe the Office of Naval Intelligence ever found their base in the asteroid field. And since there have been organized raids and scattered pirate activity nearby, one might conclude, as Oni clearly has, that the remnant of the original rebel faction are still active. Is that how you feel? Storm, hi! Hello, Raiders, hi! Welcome to this read-along of Halo the Fall of Reed. My name is Kalian, storyteller, artist, life review bringer, and the voice that narrates your every move. How was your stream? Biggest Halo nerd, my ass. I challenge you to title. Okay, how many novels of Halo do you own, bitch? Let me see that collection. You know, I've already told these people about it. Okay, if you are the biggest Halo nerd, surely you know how what is needed to for the grunts to reproduce. Let's talk about that, right? Do you know why the grunts are capable of replacing themselves so quickly? Mm, mm, mm. He's thinking. Let him cook. Mushrooms? No, no. The grunt's birth rate is so insane that the Covenant had to devise a specific gas that both recreate their home planet's atmosphere and also prevents them from rapidly multiplying like fucking rabbits. To the point that if they want to have some grunts rapidly replacing themselves, they just had to throw them on the planet that literally has no filter because it doesn't take long to grow grunts to maturity. By the way, I think if I remember correctly, like it's either like a day or a few hours, even. Did the jackals poison the gas out of spite? Yes, they did. Back there, it's still okay. So the Covenant thing is still like trying to not cause civil war all the time. But due to the amount of friction between the races, it is hard to keep them in line. When you have the Kigyard, the Jackals, having both rival faction and also being fucking menace themselves because they're space pirates. Literally. The Jackals are space pirates. The Grunts multiply like crazy. The Moleculo, which are the hunters, literally can eat any fucking thing if left alone. Then you have the Sanghelis, which are literally the alien version of humans. But like let's think like feudal Japan type of alien. Then you have the engineers. The engineers are literally the most peaceful of them all, but also the most exploited ones. You have the brutes. The brutes which literally uh they're barbarians. They're literally just barbarians. It's like the strongest one rule all. I'm surprised the flood hasn't considered farming grounds from us. That's because the flood. Yes, the engineers are forerunners. That's the thing. The engineers are forerunners. They are the remnants of the forerunners, and they are the one that literally were handling the remnants of their technology when they after they activated Halo. And the reason why the flood hasn't considering farming grunts for mass is because their primary instinct is to consume and find intelligence. They want intelligence to add to their biomass so they can continue growing and eat. That's all there is. But yes, folks. Hi. This flood would be spotted. Yes, yes. But they would have to know. That's the thing. They would need to find the people who knows. Every new grave mine retains the intellect from the last. Yes, that is true. Anyway, where was I? Where was I? Let's see. So she knew more than he did, much more about the Uranus system, and she obviously had contacts in the intelligence community. Keys had never seen an Oni spook, to the best of his knowledge, anyway. Mainline Navy personnel had elevated such agent to near mythological status. Whatever else he thought of Dr. Halsey, he would assume from now on that she knew what she was doing. Also, to enter your question, I only have like 5 or 6 books and only read one of them. Damn, shame. My collection of books is about to be complete with with 10 new books that I haven't read yet, and I'm so excited to read them. But mostly I literally have them all. I might be missing a few of them, but the thing about the flood is that the flood prefer to find higher intelligence. So even if the grunts would be good biomass, they're just not worth it. You have me beat on books, but games will be a different story. I haven't. I only play. I only collab with people that want to play Halo and the likes. I haven't really dug back down or play multiplayer at all. Because I'm a fucking scrub. I used to play multiplayer. I literally used to play multiplayer like so much, but I fell down so hard. Anyway, Dr. Halsey stretches once more and then strapped herself back onto the navigation couch. Speaking of pirates, she said with her back now to him, weren't you supposed to be monitoring communication channels for illegal signals? Just in case someone takes undue interest in a lone, unescorted diplomatic shuttle. Lieutenant Keyes cursed himself for his momentary lapse and snapped to. He scanned all frequency and had Torrent cross-check their authentication code. All signal verified. He reported. No pirate transmission detected. Continue to monitor them, please. An awkward 30 minutes passed. Dr. Halsey was content to read reports on the navigational screen and kept her back to him. Lieutenant Keyes finally cleared his throat. May I speak candidly, Doctor? You don't need my permission, he said. By all means, speak candidly, Lieutenant. You've been doing a fine job so far. Master Chief Collection, multiplayer flooded with hackers. Don't do it. Yeah, yeah. That's why I prefer to do just do casual multiplayer with people instead of online multiplayer. Under number circumstances, among normal officers, that last remark would have been insubordination, or worse, a rebuke. But he let it pass. Normal military protocol seems to have been jettisoned on this flight. You said we were here to observe a child. He shook his head dubiously. If this were a cover for real military intelligence work, then, to tell the truth, there are better qualified officers for this mission. I graduated from UNSC OCS only 7 weeks ago. My orders had me rotated on the Magellan. Those orders were rescinded, ma'am. She turned and scrutinized him with icy blue eyes. Go on, Lieutenant. He reached for his pipe, but then checked the motion. She would probably think it's a silly habit. If this is an intel op, he said, then then I don't understand why I'm here at all. She leaned forward. Then, Lieutenant, I shall be equally candid. Something deep inside Lieutenant Keyes told him he would regret hearing whatever Dr. Halsey had to say. He ignored the feeling. He wanted to know the truth. Go ahead, Doctor. Her slight smile returned. You are here because Vice Admiral Stanford, head of Section 3 of UNSC Military Intelligence Division, refused to lend me this shuttle without at least one UNSC officer aboard. Even though he knows damn well that I can pilot this bucket by myself. So I pick one UNSC officer. You. She tapped her lower lip thoughtfully and asked, you see, I've read your file, Lieutenant. All of it. I don't know. You do know what I'm talking about. She rolled her eyes. You don't lie well. Don't insult me by trying again. Lieutenant Skeets swallowed. Then why me? Especially if you've seen my record. I chose you precisely because of your record. Because of the incident in your second year as OCS. 14 ensigns killed. You were wounded and spent 2 months in rehabilitation. Plasma burns are particularly painful. I understand. He rubbed his hand together. Yes. The lieutenant responsible was your CO on that training mission. You refused to testify against him despite overwhelming evidence and the testimony of his fellow officers and friends. Yes. They told the board of review the secret the lieutenant had entrusted to you all, that he was going to test his new theory to make split space jumps more accurate. He was wrong, and you all paid for his eagerness and poor mathematics. Lieutenant Keyes studied his hand and had the feeling of falling inward. Dr. Halsey's voice sounded distant. Yes. Despite continuing pressure, you never testified. They threatened to demote you, charge you with insubordination, and refusing a direct order. Even discharge you from the Navy. Favorite Halo? Hmm. um, this is a hard one because I started playing Halo on Halo 3. However, when I got a taste of Halo 3 and it was taken from me, I discovered that Halo 1 was on PC, so I played Halo 1 a lot on PC. But I played a lot of Halo Custom Edition on PC. So, if you ask me which Halo is my favorite, Halo Custom Edition. Just because I spent so much of my time and childhood on that. We are custom edition. Please. Could you imagine if someone entered Halo Wars? Hey. Halo Wars was cinematic, all right? The Halo Wars series had the most cinematic cutscenes of all the fucking series. The gameplay was interesting, but you know. And for a prequel, it was amazing. The correct answer is Halo 2 is the best Halo. I mean, yeah, for some people who grew up with it. As for me, I have to say Halo 3 because that's the one I spent the most of my time. I met all of my friends, and also the one I have the most amazing memories of. Halo Reach was great. Don't get me wrong. I played it since day one, but they changed the formula too much with Halo Reach that it made it uncomfortable. Sure, the customization was amazing, but it was just it lost its charm. If they re-release Halo Wars on PC remastered, it would be great. I mean, Halo Wars is like what 2000 and something. I think it came out like around Halo 3. What year did it came out from? Hmm. Halo 5 campaign is the worst one. Yeah, you know what? Nah, Halo 5, okay, it's time for me to drop the bomb. Halo 5 was garbage. Cinematic wise, it was great, but it was garbage. Hot diggly do garbage. Literally, fucking. My god. Its arcade style multiplayer mods was good. Mode was good. Warzone Firefight? No. Mm-mm. If the Warzone Firefight stick to, to the traditional value of Halo, instead of making everything fucking loot boxes, it was bad. Halo ODST was fun as fuck. Yeah, Halo ODST, the Halo ODST firefight was peak because it was actually skill. Like fuck's sake, dude. ODST was so much fun. The Vidmaster challenge, dude, to get that fucking armor. Oh my god, 3 hours of one's life just to get that fucking thing done. Then someone make a firefight. I have no idea about the mods. Anyway, we're here to read. I'm here to read a story. So let's go back to where I was in this thing. Your fellow officers, the candidates, testified though. The review board had all the evidence they needed to court martial UCO. They put you on report and dropped all further disciplinary actions. He said nothing. His head hung low. That is why you are here, Lieutenant. Because you have an ability that is exceedingly rare in the military. You can keep a secret. She drew in a long breath and added, You may have to keep many secrets after this mission is over. He glanced up. There was a strange look in her eyes. Pity? That caught him off guard, and he looked away again. But he felt better than he had since OCS. Someone trusted him again. I think, she said, that you would rather be on the Magellan, fighting and dying on the frontier. No, I. He caught the lie as he said it, stopped, and then corrected himself. Yes, the UNSC needs every man and woman patrolling the outer colonies. Between the raiders and insurrection, it's a wonder it all hasn't fallen apart. Indeed, Lieutenant. Ever since we left Earth's gravity well, we've been fighting one another for every cubic centimeter of vacuum, from Mars to the Jovian moons to the Hydra system's massacre, and on to the 100 brushfire wars in the other colonies. It has always been on the brink of falling apart. That's why we're here, to observe one child. He said, What difference could a child make? One of her eyebrow arched. This child would be more useful to the UNSC than a fleet of destroyers, 1,000 junior grade lieutenants, or even me. In the end, the child may be the only thing that makes any difference. Approaching Eridanus 2, Thorin informed them. Plot an atmospheric vector for the Luxor spaceport, Dr. Alzi ordered. Lieutenant Keyes, make ready to land. 11:30, August 17, 2517. Eridanus Star System, Eridanus 2, Elysium City. The orange sun cast a fiery glow on the playground of Elysium City's primary education facility number 119. Dr. Halsey and Lieutenant Keyes stood in the semi-shades of a canvas awning and watched children as they screamed and chased one another and climbed on steel lattice and skimmed grav balls across the repulsor course. Lieutenant Keyes looked extremely uncomfortable in civilian clothes. He wore a loose gray suit, a white shirt, and no tie. Dr. Halsey found his sudden awkwardness charming. When he had complained the clothes were too loose and sloppy, she had almost laughed. He was pure military to the core. Even out of uniform, the lieutenant stood rigid, as if he were at perpetual attention. It's nice here. This colony doesn't know how good they've got it. Rural lifestyle, no pollution, no crowding, climate controlled weather. The lieutenant grunted an acknowledgement as he tried to smooth the wrinkle out of his silk jacket. Relax. We're supposed to be parents inspecting the school for our little girl. She slips her arm through his, and although she would have thought such a feat impossible, the lieutenant stood even straighter. This is so cute. This is so fucking cute. This is so fucking adorable. Well, yeah, that's because this is before Halo 1. Welcome to the origin story. She sighed and pulled away from him, opened her purse, and retrieved a palm-sized pad. She adjusted the brim of her white straw hat to shade the pad from the noon glare. With a tap of her finger, she accessed and scanned the file she had assembled of their subject. Number 117 had all the genetic markers she had flagged in her original study. He was as close to a perfect subject for a purpose as science could determine. But Dr. Halsey knew it would take more than theoretical perfection to make this project work. People were more than the sum of their genes. They were environmental factors, mutations, learned ethics, and 100 other factors that could make this candidate unacceptable. The picture in the file showed a typical 6-year-old male. He had tousled brown hair and a sly grin that revealed a gap between his front teeth. A few freckles were scattered across his cheeks. Good. She could match the pattern to confirm his identity. Our subject, as she angled the pad towards the lieutenant so he could see the boy. Dr. Halsey noticed that the picture was 4 months old. Didn't Oni realize how fast these children change? Sloppy. She made a note to request updated picture on a regular basis until phase 3 started. Is that him? The lieutenant whispered. Dr. Halsey looked up. The lieutenant nodded to a grassy hill at the end of the playground. The crest of that hill was bare dirt, scuffed clean of all vegetation. A dozen boys pushed and shoved one another, grabbed, tackled, rolled down the slope, and then got up, ran back, and started the process over. King of the hill, Dr. Halsey remarked. One boy stood on the crest. He blocked, pushed, and strong armed all the other children. Dr. Halsey pointed her data pad at him and recorded this incident for later study. She zoomed in on the subject to get a better look. This boy smiled and showed the same small gap between his front teeth. A split-second freeze frame, and she matched his freckle to the picture on file. That's our boy. He was taller than the other children by a full head, and, if his performance in the game was any indicator, stronger as well. Another boy grabbed him from behind in a headlock. Number 117 peeled the boy off and, with a laugh, tossed him down the hillside like a toy. Dr. Halsey had expected a specimen of perfect physical proportion and stunning intellect. True. The subject was strong and fast, but he was also dirty and rude. Then again, unrealistic and subjective perception had to be confronted in these field studies. What did she really expect? He was a 60-year-old boy, full of life and unchecked emotion, and as predictable as the wind. Thank you for the hydrate. There you go. 3 boys ganged up on him. 2 grabbed his leg, and 1 threw his arm around his chest. They all tumbled down the hill. Number 117 kicked and punched and bit his attackers until they let go and ran away to safe distance. He rose and tore back up the hill, bumping another boy and shouting that he was king. He seems, the lieutenant started very animated. Yes, we may be able to use this one. She glanced up and down the playground. The only adult was helping a girl get up to her feet after falling down and scraping her elbow. She marched her towards the nurse's office. Stay here and watch me, Lieutenant, she said and passed him the data pad. I'm going to have a closer look. The lieutenant started to say something, but Dr. Halsey walked away. Then half jogged across the painted lines of hopscotch squares on the playground. A breeze caught her sundress, and she had to clutch the hem with one hand, grabbing the brim of her straw hat with the other. She slowed to a trot and halted 4 meters from the base of the hill. The children stopped and turned. You're in trouble, one boy said and pushed number 117. He shoved the boy back and then looked Dr. Halsey squarely in the eyes. The other children looked away. Some wore embarrassed smirk, and a few slowly backed off. Her subject, however, stood there defiantly. He was either confident she was going to punish him, or he simply wasn't afraid. She saw that he had a bruise on his cheek, the knee of his pants were torn, and his lips was cracked. Dr. Halsey took 3 steps closer. Several of the children took 3 involuntary steps backward. Can I speak with you, please? She asked, and continued to stare at her subject. He finally broke eye contact, shrugged, and then lumbered down the hill. The other children giggled and make sound. One tossed a pebble at him. Number 117 ignored them. Dr. Halsey led him to the edge of the nearby sandpit and stopped. What's your name? I'm John, he said. The boys held out his hand. Dr. Halsey didn't expect physical contact. The subject's father might have taught him the ritual, or the boy was highly imitative. She shook his hand and was surprised by the strength of his minuscule grip. It's very nice to meet you. She knelt so that she was at his level. I wanted to ask what you were doing. Winning? Dr. Halsey smiled. He was unafraid of her, and she doubted that she'd have any trouble pushing her off the hill either. You like games? She said. So do I. Yeah, but they made me play chess last week. That got boring. It's too easy to win. Or, can we play grab ball? They don't let me play grab ball anymore. But maybe if you tell them it's okay. I have a different game I want you to try. She told him. Look. She reached into her purse and brought out a metal disc. She turned it over and it gleamed in the sun. People used coins like this for centuries, for currency a long time ago, when Earth was the only planet we lived on. His eyes fixed on the object. He reached for it. Dr. Halsey moved it away, continuing to flip it between her thumbs and index finger. Each side is different, do you see? One has a face of a man with long hair. The other side has a bird called an eagle, and it's holding arrows, John said. Yes, good. His eyesight must be exceptional to see such detail so far away. We'll use this coin in our game. If you win, you can keep it. John tore his gaze from the coin and looked at her again, squinted, then said, Okay, I always win though. That's why they won't let me play graph ball anymore. I'm sure you do. What's the game? It's very simple. I toss the coin like this. She flicked her wrist, snapped her thumb, and the coin arced, spinning into the air, and landed in the sand. Next time, though, before it lands, I want you to tell me it will fall with the face of the man showing or with the eagle holding the arrow. Got it. John tensed, bent his knees, and then his eyes seemed to lose their focus on her and the coin. Dr. Halsey picked up the quarter. Ready? John gave a slight nod. She tossed it, making sure there was plenty of spin. John's eyes watched it with that strange distant gaze. He tracked it as it went up and then down towards the ground. His hand snapped out and snatched the quarter out of the air. He held up his closed hand. Eagle! He shouted. She tentatively reached for his hand and peeled open the tiny fist. The quarter lay in his palm, the eagle shining in the orange sun. Was it possible that he saw which side was up when he grabbed it? Or more importantly, could have picked which side he wanted? She hoped the lieutenant had recorded that. She should have. told him to keep the data pad trained on her. John retracted his hand. I get to keep it, right? That's what you said. Yes, you can keep it, John. She smiled at him, then stopped. She shouldn't have used his name. That was a bad sign. She couldn't afford the luxury of liking her test subject. She mentally stepped away from her feelings. She had to maintain a professional distance. She had to, because in a few months, number 117 might not be alive. Can we play again? Dr. Halsey stood and took a step back. That was the only one I had, I'm afraid. I have to leave now, she told him. Go back and play with your friend. Thanks. He ran back, shouting to the other boys, Look! Dr. Halsey strode to the lieutenant. The sun reflecting off the asphalt felt too hot. And she suddenly didn't want to be outside. She wanted to be back in the ship, where it was cool and dark. She wanted to get off this planet. She stepped under the canvas awning and said to the lieutenant, Tell me you recorded that. He handed her the data pad and looked puzzled. Yes. What was it all about? Dr. Halsey checked the recording and then sent a copy ahead to Torrent on a hand for safekeeping. We screened these subjects for certain genetic markers, he said. Strength, agility, even predisposition for aggression and intellect. But we couldn't remote test for everything. We don't test for luck. Luck, Lieutenant Keyes asked. You believe in luck, Doctor? Of course not, she said in a dismissive wave of her hand. But we have 150 test subjects to consider, and facilities and funding for only half that number. It's a simple mathematical elimination, Lieutenant. That child was one of the lucky ones. Either that, or he is extraordinarily fast. Either way, he's in. I don't understand, Lieutenant Key said, and he started fiddling with the pipe he carried in his pocket. I hope that continues, Lieutenant, Dr. Howes replied quietly. For your sake, I hope you never understand what we're doing. She looked one last time at number 117, at John. He was having so much fun, running and laughing. For a moment, she envied the boy's innocence. Hers was long dead. Life or death, lucky or not. She was condemning this boy to a great deal of pain and suffering. But it had to be done. And this chapter is where everything fucking began. Spartan 2 program. Now, from this chapter to the next one, a month passed, essentially. As we are now at 2300, September 23rd, 2517 of the military calendar, in the Epsilon Eridani system, the Reach military complex on planet Reach. Dr. Halsey stood on a platform in the center of the amphitheater. Concentric rings of slate gray risers surrounded her, empty for now. Overhead spotlight focused and reflected off her white lab coat, but as she still was cold. She should feel safe here. Reach was one of the UNSC's largest industrial bases, ringed with high orbit gun batteries, space docks, and a fleet of heavily armed capital ships. On the planet's surface were Marines and Navy Special Warfare Training Grounds, OCS schools, and between her underground facilities and the surface were 300 meters of hardened steel and concrete. The room where she now stood could withstand a direct hit from a 80 megaton nuke. So why did she feel so vulnerable? Dr. Halsey knew what she had to do. Her duty, it was for the greater good. All humanity would be served, even if a tiny handful of them had to suffer for it. Still, when she turned inward and faced her complicity in this, she was revolted by what she saw. She wished she still had Lieutenant Keyes. He had proven himself a capable assistant during the last month, but he had begun to understand the nature of the project, at least seen the edge of the truth. Dr. Halsey had him reassigned to the Magellan with a commission to full lieutenant for his trouble. Are you ready, Doctor? A disembodied woman's voice asked. Almost, Deja, Dr. Halsey sighed. Please summon Chief Petty Officer Mendez. I'd like you both present when I address them. Deja's hologram flicked on next to Dr. Halsey. The AI had been specifically created for Dr. Halsey's Spartan project. She took the appearance of a Greek goddess, barefoot, wrapped in a toga, motes of light dancing about her luminous white hair. She held a clay tablet in her left hand, binary cuneiforms marking scrolls across the tablet. Dr. Halsey couldn't help but marvel at the AI's chosen form. Each AI self assigned a holographic appearance, and each was unique. One of the doors at the top of the amphitheater opened, and Chief Petty Officer Mendez rode down the stairs. He wore a black dress uniform, his chest awash with silver and gold stars, and a rainbow of campaign ribbons. His close shorn hair had a touch of gray at the temples. He was neither tall nor muscular. He looked so ordinary for a man who had seen so much combat. Except for his stride, the man moved with a slow grace, as if he were walking in a half gravity. He paused before Dr. Halsey, awaiting further instructions. Up here, please, she told him, gesturing to the stairs on her right. Mendez mounted the steps of the platform and then stood at ease next to her. You have read my psychological evaluation? Deja asked Dr. Halsey. Yes, they were quite thorough. Thank you. And I'm foregoing your recommendation, Deja. I'm going to tell them the truth. All right. Mendez gave a nearly inaudible grunt of approval, one of the most verbose acknowledgments Dr. Halsey had heard from him. As a hand to hand combat and physical training DI, Mendez was the best in the Navy. As a conversationalist, however, he left a great deal to be desired. The truth has risk, Deja cautioned. So do lies, Dr. Halsey replied. Any story fabricated to motivate the children, claiming their parents were taken and killed by pirates or by a plague that devastated their planets. If they learned the truth later, they would turn against them. It is a legitimate concern, conceded Deja, and then she consulted her tablet. May I suggest selective neural paralysis? It produces a targeted amnesia. A memory loss may leak into other parts of the brain. No, Dr. Halsey said. This will be dangerous enough for them, even with intact minds. Dr. Halsey clicked on her microphone. Bring them in now. Aye, aye. A voice replied from the speaker in the ceiling. Is the music too loud, by the way? Just asking. Ah, because I know I have like a bit of music in the background. Just want to make sure that it's not like overwhelming. Okay, it's fine. Awesome. So they'll adapt, Dr. Halsey told Deja, or they won't, and they will be untrainable and unsuitable for the project. Either way, I just want to get this over with. Four sets of double doors at the top tier of the amphitheater swung open. 75 children marched in, each accompanied by a handler, a naval drill instructor in camouflage pattern fatigues. The children had circles of fatigues around their eyes. They had all been collected, rushed here through slipstream space, and only recently brought out of cryosleep. The shock of their ordeal must be hitting them hard, Halsey realized. She stifled a pang of regret. When they had been seated in the riser, Dr. Halsey cleared her throat and spoke. As per Naval Code 458112, you are hereby conscripted into UNSC Special Project, code name Spartan 2. She paused. The words stuck in her windpipe. How could they possibly understand this? She barely understood the justification and ethics behind this program. Oh my god. Ethics. This program would have never passed fucking public acknowledgement, by the way. I nearly want to just have her fucking journal next to me and just read like stuff that she wrote in it. Just cross reference dates and everything. That would be so fucking cool. But holy shit, dude. That the Spartan 2 program, when you know what the fuck it is in its entirety, is just like why? The length humanity can go just so they can win while the public doesn't know shit is insane. So they look so confused. A few tried to stand and leave, but their handlers placed firm hands on their shoulder and pushed them back down. Where the fuck would they want to go? You just got kidnapped, dude. These children just literally got kidnapped, flown over literal galaxies to get to where they are. Well, not galaxies, solar systems. Like, sure, you could probably be like a fucking vent kid or something, at this point. Dr. Halsey took a tentative step forward. You have been called upon to serve, she explained. You will be trained, and you will become the best we can make of you. You will be the protector of Earth and all her colonies. And yeah, and then the Spartan 3 program came along and said, do it again, but cheaper and more expendable. Yeah, exactly. And we were like, you know what? Let's take a Spartan 2, make him disappear, and then gave him literal the same and then have him cause the same shit that he experienced to people who have it even easier than him. Because, they don't have the budget to cause a second Halsey. Anyway, a handful of the children sat up straighter, no longer entirely frightened, but now interested. Dr. Halsey spotted John, subject number 117, the first boy she had confirmed as a viable candidate. He wrinkled his forehead, confused, but he listened with a rapt attention. This will be hard to understand, but you cannot return to your parents. The children stared. Their handler kept a firm grip on their shoulder. This place will become your home, Dr. Halsey said in a soothing voice. In as soothing a voice as she could muster. Your fellow trainees will be your family now. The training will be difficult, but there will be a great deal of hardship on the road ahead. But I know you will all make it. Patriotic words, but they rang hollow in her ears. She had wanted to tell them the truth, but how could she? Not all of them would make it. Acceptable losses, the Office of Naval Intelligence Representative had assured her. None of it was acceptable. Rest now, Dr. Halsey said to them. We begin tomorrow. She turned to Mendez. Have the children, the trainees, escorted to their barracks. Feed them and put them to bed. Yes, ma'am, Mendez said. Fall out! The children rose. At the urging of their handler, John 117 stood, but he kept his gaze on Dr. Halsey and remained stoic. Many of the subjects seemed stunned. A few had trembling lips, but none of them cried. These were indeed the right children for the project. Dr. Halsey only hoped that she had half their courage when the time came. Keep them busy tomorrow, she told Mendez and Deja. Keep them from thinking about what we've just done to them. Section 2. We begin Spartan 2 training. We are only 4 chapters in, and it's already insane, by the way. It's crazy. 0530, September 24th, 2517. Epsilon Eridanis System, Reach Military Complex, Planet Reach. Wake up, trainee! John rolled over in his cot and went back to sleep. He was dimly aware that this wasn't his room and that there were other people here. A shock jolted him. From his bare feet to the base of his spine, he yelled in surprise and fell off the cot. He shook off the disorientation from being nearly asleep and got up. I said up, boot! You know which way up is? A man in camouflage uniform stood over John. His hair was shorn and gray at his temples. His dark eyes didn't look human, too big and black, and they didn't blink. He held a silver baton in one hand. He flicked it toward John and it sparked. John backed away. He wasn't afraid of anything. Only little kids were afraid. But his body instinctively moved as far away from the instrument as possible. Motherfucker just started and we already got one tase. Dozen of other men roused the rest of the children. 74 boys and girls screamed and jumped out of their cots. I am Chief Petty Officer Mendez, the uniformed man next to John shouted. The rest of these men are your instructors. You will do exactly as we tell you at all times. Mendez pointed to the far end of the cinder block barracks. Showers are aft. You will all wash and then return here to dress. He opened the trunk at the foot of John's cot and pulled out a matching set of gray wets. John leaned closer and saw his name stenciled on the chest. John 117. No slacking, on the double. Mendez tapped John between his shoulder blades with a baton. Lightning surged across John's chest. He sprawled on the cot and gasped for air. I mean it! Go! 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 John moved. He couldn't inhale, but he ran anyway, clutching his chest. He managed a ragged breath by the time he got to the showers. The other kids looked scared and disoriented. They all stripped off their nightshirt and stepped onto the conveyor, washed themselves in lukewarm, soapy water, then rinsed in an icy cold spray. God, dude, if I had a conveyor that could wash me every morning, holy fuck. He ran back to his bunk, got into underwears, thick socks, pulled on the sweat, and pairs of combat boots that fit his feet perfectly. Outside, trainees, Mendez announced. Triple time! March! John and the others stampeded out of the barracks onto a strip of glass. The sun hadn't risen yet, and the edge of the sky was indigo. The grass was wet with dew. There were dozens of rows of barracks, but no one else was up and outside. A pair of jets roared overhead and arced up into the sky, far away. John heard a metallic crackle. Chief Petty Officer Mendez barked. You will make 5 equal length row, 15 trainees in each. He waited a few seconds as they miled about. Straighten those row. You know how to count to 15, trainee. Take 3 steps back. John stepped into the second row. As he breathed the cold air, he began to wake up. He started to remember. They had taken him in the middle of the night. They injected him with something and he slept for a long time. Then, the woman who had given him the coin told him he couldn't go back, that he couldn't see his mother or father. Jumping jacks! Mendez shouted. Count off to 100. Ready? Go! The officers started to exercise, and John followed his lead. One boy refused for a split second, and his structure was on him instantly. The baton whipped into the boy's stomach. The kid doubled over. Get with the program, boot! Trainer snarled. The boy uncurled and started jumping. John had never done so many jumping jacks in his life. His arm and stomach and leg burned. Sweat trickled down his back. 99, 98, 99, 100! Mendez paused. He drew in a deep breath. Sit-ups! He dropped onto the ground. Count off to 100! No slacking! John threw himself on the ground. The first crewman who quits, Mendez said, gets to run around the compound twice, and then come back here and does 200 sit-ups. Ready? Count off! 1, 2, 3. Deep squats followed, then knee bends. John threw up, but that didn't buy him any respite. A trainer descended on him after a few seconds. John rolled back over and continued. Leg lift! Mendez continued like he was a machine, as if they were all were a machine. John could go on, but he knew that he'd get the baton again if he stopped. He tried. He had to move. His leg trembled and only sluggishly responded. Rest! Mendez finally called. Trainers, get the water. That's it. 6 years old, by the way. Day 1. 6 fucking years old. Keep that in mind. The trainers wheeled out carts laden with water bottles. John grabbed one and gulped down the liquid. It was warm and slightly salty. He didn't care. It was the best water he'd ever had. He flopped on his back in the grass and panted. The sun was up now. It was warm. He rolled to his knees and let the sweat drip off him like a heavy rain. He slowly got up and glanced at the other children. They crouched on the ground, holding their side, and no one talked. Their clothes were soaked through with perspiration. John didn't recognize anyone from his school here, so he was alone with strangers. He wondered where his mother was and what. A good start, trainees, Mendez told them. Now we run. On your feet! The trainers brandished their batons and herded the trainees along. They jogged down a gravel path through the compound, past more cinder block barracks. The run seemed to go on forever. They ran alongside a river, over a bridge, then by the edge of a runway where jets took off straight into the air. Once past the runway, Mendez led them on a zigzagging path of stones. John wanted to think about what had happened, how he got here, and what was going to happen next, but he couldn't think straight. All he could feel was the blood pounding through him, the ache in his muscles, and hunger. They ran into a courtyard of smooth flagstones. A pole in the center flew the color of the UNSC, a blue field with stars and earth in the corner. At the far end of the yard was a building with a scalloped dome and white columns and dozens of wide steps leading to the entrance. The word Naval Officer Academy were chiseled into the arch over the entrance. A woman stood on the top step and beckoned to them. She wore a white sheet wrapped around her body. She looked old to John, yet young at the same time. Then he saw the motes of light orbiting her head and knew she was an AI. He had seen them on vids. She wasn't solid, but she was still real. Excellent work, Chief Petty Officer Mendez, she said in a resonant, silk smooth voice. She turned to the children. Welcome. My name is Deja, and I will be your teacher. Please, come in. Class is about to start. John groaned out loud. Several of the others grumbled too. She turned and started to walk inside. Of course, she said. If you prefer to skip your lesson, you may continue the morning calisthenics. John double timed up the step. It was cool inside. A tray with crackers and a carton of milk had been laid out for each of them. John nibbled on the dry still food, then gulped down his milk. John was so tired he wanted to lay his head down on the desk and take a nap. Until Deja started to tell them about a battle and how 300 soldiers fought against thousands of Persian infantry. Amazing how they went to boot camp to. So, hear what the fuck you are. We're literally recreating this. And that's literally why the origin of why this is called a Spartan 2 program is because there's already been Spartans before. Back when, Earth. A holographic countryside appeared in the classroom. The children walked around the miniature mountains and hill and let the edge of a illusionary sea lapse at their boot. Toy-sized soldiers marched toward what Deja explained was Thermophylae, a narrow strip of land between steep mountains and the sea. Thousands of soldiers marched towards the 300 who guarded the pass. The soldiers fought. Spears and shields splintered, swords flashed and spilled blood. They did it. They create John Halo. We're getting there. We're getting there. We are getting there. John couldn't take his eye off the spectacle. Deja explained that the 300 were Spartans, and they were the best soldiers who had ever lived. They had been trained to fight since they were children. No one could beat them. John watched, fascinated, as the holographic Spartan slaughtered the Persian spearmen. He had eaten his cracker but was still hungry, so he took the girls next to him when she wasn't looking and munched them down as the battle raged on. His stomach still growled and grumbled. Motherfucking teeth! Little bastard! When was lunch? Or was it dinner time already? The Persian broke and ran, and the Spartan stood victorious on the field. The children cheered, and they wanted to see it again. That's all for today, they just said. We'll continue tomorrow, and I'll show you some wolves. Now it's time for you to go to the playground. Playground? John said. That was perfect. He could finally jump, just sit on a swing, relax, and think for a moment. Oh, how innocent he is. If you are if you have military experience, you probably know or assume what a playground is in the military industry. Mm, mm, mm. At least that's what I'm assuming. Parkour. Mm. He ran out of the room, as did the other trainees. Chief Petty Officer Mendez and the trainers waited for them outside the classroom. Time for the playground, Mendez said, and waved the children closer. It's a short run. Fall in. The short run turned into 2 miles, and the playground was like nothing John had ever seen. It was a forest of 20-meter tall wooden poles, rope cargo nets, and bridge stretched between the poles. They swayed, crossed, and crisscrossed one another. A maze is suspended in the air. There were slide poles and not climbing ropes. There were swings and suspended platforms. There were ropes looped through pulleys and tied to baskets that looked sturdy enough to hoist a person. Trainees, Mendez said, form 3 lines. The instructor moved in to hurt them, but John and the others made 3 rows without comment or fuss. The first person in every row will be team number 1, Mendez said. The second person in each row will be team number 2, and so on. If you do not understand this, speak up now. No one spoke. John looked to his right. A boy with sandy hair, green eyes, and darkly tanned skin gave him a weary smile. Stenciled on his sweatstop was Samuel 034. In the row beyond Samuel was a girl. She was taller than John and skinny with a long mane of hair dyed blue. Ah, you little rascal. Kelly 087. She didn't look too happy to see him. Today's game is called Ring the Bell. He pointed to the tallest pole on the playground. It stood an additional 10-meter above the others and had a steel slide pole next to it. Hung at the very top of that pole was a brass bell. There are many ways to get to the bell, he told them. I leave it up to each team to find their own way. When every member of your team has rung the bell, you are to get groundside double time and run back here across this finish line. Mendez took his baton and scratched a straight line in the sand. John raised his hand. Mendez glared at him for a moment with those black, unblinking eyes. A question, trainee? What do we win? Mendez cocked one eyebrow and appraised John. You win dinner, number 117. Tonight dinner is roast turkey, gravy, and mashed potatoes, corn on the cob, brownies, and ice cream. Motherfucker, don't make me hungry. Ah! Oh, I'm hungry now. Fuck. That sounds tasty, honestly. A murmur of approval swept through the children. But, Mendez added, for there to be winners, there must be a loser. The last team to finish goes without food. The children fell silent and then looked at each other warily. Make ready, Mendez said. I'm Sam, the boy whispers to John and the girl on their team. She said, I'm Kelly. John just looked at them and said nothing. The girl would slow him down. Too bad. He was hungry and he wasn't about to let them make him lose. Go! John ran through the pack of children and scrambled up the cargo net onto a platform. He raced across the bridge, jumped onto the next platform just in time. The bridge flipped and sent five others into the water below. He paused at the rope tied to the large basket. It ran up through a pulley and then back down. He didn't think he was strong enough to pull himself up in it. Instead, he tackled a knot climbing rope and scrunched his body up. The rope swung wildly around the center pole. John looked down and almost lost his grip. It looked twice as far down as it had looked from the ground. He saw all the others, some climbing, some floundering in the water, getting up and starting over. No one was as close to the bell as he was. He swallowed his fear and kept climbing up. He thought of the ice cream and chocolate brownies and how he was going to win. John got to the top, grabbed the bell, and rang it 3 times. He then collapsed the steel pole and slid all the way to the ground, falling into a pile of cushions. He got up and ran smiling all the way to Chief Petty Officer. John crossed the finish line and gave a victory cry. I was fast! I was first, he said, panting. Mended nod and make a check on his clipboard. John watched as the other made it up, rang the bell, then raced across the finish line. Kelly and Sam had trouble. They got stuck in a line to get to the bell as everyone bunched up at the end. They finally rang the bell, slid down together, but they crossed the finish line last. They glared at John. He shrugged. Good work, trainees, Mendes said, and he beamed at them all. Let's get back to the barrack and chow down. The children, covered in mud and leaning on each another, cheered. All except Team 3, Mendes said, and looked at Sam, Kelly, and then John. The fucking music! Timing. The timing of this. I have no control over my playlist. God. But I won, John protests. I was first. Yes, you were first, Mendez explained. But your team came in last. He then addressed all the children. Remember this. You don't win unless your team wins. One person winning at the expense of the group means that you lose. John ran in a stupor all the way back to the Paris. It wasn't fair. He had won. How can you win and still lose? He watched as the others stuffed themselves with turkey, white meat dripping with gravy. They spooned down mountains of vanilla ice cream and left the mess hall with chocolate encrusting the corners of their mouth. John got a liter of water. He drank it, but it didn't have any taste. It did nothing to fill his hunger. He wanted to cry, but he was too tired. He collapsed in his bunk, thinking of ways to get even with Sen and Kelly for messing him up. But he couldn't think. Every muscle and bone ached. John fell asleep as soon as his head hit the flat pillow. The next day was the same. Calisthenic and running all morning, then class until the afternoon. Today, taught them about wolves. The classroom became a holographic meadow, and the children watched 7 wolves hunt a moose. The pack worked together, striking wherever the giant beast wasn't facing. It was fascinating and horrifying to watch the wolf track down and then devour an animal many times their size. John avoided Sam and Kelly in the classroom. He stole a few extra crackers when no one was looking, but they didn't dull his hunger. This fucking thieving bastard. After class, they ran back to the playground. Today, it was different. There were fewer bridges and more complicated ropes and pulley systems. The pole with the bell was now 20 meters tall, taller than any of the others. Same team as yesterday, Mendez announced. Sam and Kelly walked up to John. Sam shoved him. John's temper flared. He wanted to hit Sam in the face, but he was too tired. He'd need all his strength to get to the bell. You better help us, Sam hissed. Or I'll push you off one of those platforms. And I'll jump on you on top of you, Kelly added. Okay, John whispered. Just try not to slow me down. John examined the course. It was like doing a maze on paper, only this one twisted and turned into and out of the page. Many bridges and rope ladders led to dead ends. He squinted, then found one possible route. He nudged Sam and Kelly, then pointed. Look, he said, that basket and rope on the far side. It goes straight to the top. It's a long pole, though. He flexed his biceps, uncertain if he could make it in his weakened state. We can do it, Sam said. John glanced at the other thing. They were searching the course as well. We'll have to make a quick run for it, he said. Make sure no one else gets there first. I'm fast, Kelly said. Real fast. Trainees, get ready. Okay, John said. You sprint ahead and hold it for us. Go! Kelly shot forward. John had never seen anyone move like her. She ran like the wolves she had seen today. Her feet seemed barely to touch the ground. She got to the basket. John and Sam were only halfway there. One boy beat them to the basket. Get out! He ordered Kelly. I'm going up. Sam and John ran up and pushed him back. Wait your turn, Sam said. John and Sam joined Kelly in the basket. Together, they pulled on the rope and raised themselves up. There was a lot of rope. For every 3 meter they pulled, they only rose 1 meter. A breeze made the basket sway and bounce into the pole. Faster! They pulled as one person. 6 hands working in unison and accelerated into the sky. They didn't get there first. They were third. Each of them got to ring the bell, though. Kelly, Sam, and John. They slid down the pole. Kelly and Sam waited for John to land, and then together they ran across the finish line. Chief Petty Officer Mendez watched them. He didn't say anything, but John thought he saw a smile flicker across his face. Slam clapped John and Kelly on their backs. That was good work, Sam said. He looked thoughtful for a moment, then said, We can be friends. I mean, if you want, it'd be no big deal. Kelly shrugged and replied, Sure. Okay, John said. Friend. I'm going to take a small break, just eat something, and we'll be back for chapter 5. All right? We are back. Hi. So, so. Approximately 2 years have passed from chapter 4 to chapter 5. Wait a second. I fucked up my model. Uh, no. Nah, I'm fine. I thought I messed up something on the my model parameter because the mouth is kind of iffy right now. Probably because I was fiddling with my mouth form. Odd. Anyway, welcome back. I made the mistake of opening a can of tuna. So now my cats are swarming me and trying to get my food. But anyway, chapter 5, 0630 hours, July 12th, 2519. On the Epsilon Eridani system, Reach Military Wilderness Training Preserve, Planet Reach. John held on tight as the dropship accelerated up and over a jagged snowscaped mountain range. The sun peeked over the horizon and washed the white snow with pinks and orange. The other members of his unit pressed their face to the window and watched. Sam sat next to him and looked outside. Nice place for a snowball fight. You'll lose, Kelly said. She leaned over John's shoulder to get a better look at the terrain. I'm a dead aim with snowballs. She scratched the stubble of her shorn hair. That is right, John muttered, especially when you load them with rocks. Chief Petty Officer Mendez stepped from the cockpit into the passenger compartment. The trainees stood and snapped to attention. At ease and sit down. The silver at Mendez's temple had grown to a band across the side of his closely shaved hair. But if anything, he had gotten stronger and tougher since John had first laid eyes on him 2 years ago. Today's mission will be simple for a change. Ba 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 ba. Hang on, having a bit of a model issue right now. uh, ba 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 ba. I forgot to put my calibration back to normal. Why is this thing so fucking? Uh, minus. Sorry about that. Ba 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 ba. Okay, so whoop, more comfortable, and then we can start it. Okay, 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 okay. Yup, 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 yup. There you go. Today's mission will be simple for a change. Mendez's voice easily penetrated the roar of the dropship's engine. He handed a stack of papers to Kelly. Pass these out, recruit. Sir! She stood She saluted smartly and handed one paper to each of the 75 children in the squad. These are portions of maps of the local region. You will be set down by yourselves. You will then navigate to a marked extraction point and we will pick you up there. John turned his map over. It was just one part of a much larger map. No drop or extraction point mark. How was he supposed to navigate without a reference point? But he knew this was part of the mission to answer that question on his own. One more thing, Mendez said. The last trainee to make it to the extraction point will be left behind. He glanced out a window, and it's a very long walk back. John didn't like it. He wasn't going to lose, but he didn't want anyone else to lose either. The thought of Kelly or Sam or any of the other marching all the way back made him uneasy. If they could make it all the way back alone over those mountains. First drop in 3 minutes, Mendez barked. Trainee 117, you're up first. Sir, yes, sir, John replied. He glanced out the window and scanned the terrain. There was a ring of jagged mountains, a valley of thick, a valley thick with cedars, and a ribbon of silver, a river that fed into a lake. John nudged Sam, pointed to the river, then jerked his thumb towards the lake. Sam nodded, then pulled Kelly aside and pointed out the window. Suddenly, Kelly and Sam moved quickly down the line of seated trainees. The ship decelerated. John felt his stomach rise as it dropped toward the ground. Trainee 117, front and center! Mendez stepped to the rear of the compartment as the ship's tail split and a ramp extended. Cold air blasted into the ship. He patted John on the shoulder. Watch out for wolves in the forest, 117. Yes, sir! John looked over his shoulder at the others. His teammates gave him an almost imperceptible nod. Good. Everyone got his message. He ran down the ramp and into the forest. The dropship's engine roared to life and it rose high into the cloudless sky. He zipped off his jacket. He wore only fatties, boots, and a heavy parka. Not exactly the gear he'd packed for a prolonged stay in the wilderness. John started toward one particularly sharp peak he had spotted from the air. The river lay in that direction. He'd follow it downstream and meet the others at the lake. He marched through the woods until he heard the gurgling of a stream. He got close enough to see the direction of the flow, then headed back into the forest. Mendez exercise often had a twist to them. Stun mines on the obstacle course, snipers with paint pellet guns during parade drills, and with the chief up in that dropship, John wasn't about to reveal his position unless he had a good reason. Sorry. Hang on. Mm. Ah, I see what's wrong. Hang on. Nope. There we go. Okay. Okay. Uh, okay. Let's see. Where was I? He passed a blueberry bush and took the time to strip it before he moved on. This was the first time in months he had been alone and could just think. He popped a handful of berries into his mouth and chewed. He thought about the place that had been his home, his parents, But more and more, that seemed like a dream. John knew it wasn't, and that he had once had a different life, but this was the life he wanted. He was a soldier. He had an important job to train for. Mendez said they were the Navy's best and brightest, that they were the only hope for peace. He liked that. Oh boy, indoctrination, my beloved. You gotta love child soldier brainwash. Mm. You know what they say? Child soldier are very good for the action economy. Anyway, okay. Before, he never knew what he would be when he grew up. He never really thought about anything other than watching vids and playing. Nothing had been a challenge. Now, every day was a challenge and a new adventure. John knew more things, thanks to Deja, than he ever thought he could have learned at his old school. Algebra and trigonometry, the history of 100 battles and kings. He could string a trip line, fire a rifle, and treat a chest wound. Motherfucker, you're 9. You're 8. You're literally 8 years old. The things they teach children nowadays. Motherfuck. Holy shit. Mendez had showed him how to be strong, not only with his body, but strong with his head too. He had a family here. Kelly, Sam, and all the others in his squad. The thought of his squad mate brought him back to Mendez's mission. One of them was going to be left behind. There had to be a way to get them all home. John decided he wasn't going to leave if he couldn't figure it out. He arrived at the edge of the lake, stood, and listened. John heard an owl hooting in the distance. He marched toward the sound. Hey, owl, he said when he was close. Sam stepped out from behind the tree and grinned. That's Chief Owl to you, trainee. They walked around the circumference of the lake, gathering the rest of the children in the squad. John counted them to make sure. 74. Let's get the map piece together, Kelly suggested. Good idea, John said. Sam, take 3 and scout the area. I don't want any of the chief's surprise sneaking up on us. Right. Sam picked Fahad, James, and Linda, and then the 4 of them took off into the brush. Kelly collected the map piece and settled in the shade of an ancient cedar tree. Some of these don't belong, and some are copies, she said, and she led them out. Yes, here's an edge. Got it? This is the lake, the river, and here. She pointed to a distant patch of green. That's got to be the extraction point. She shook her head and frowned. If the legend on this map is right, it's a full day's hike, though. We better get started. John whistled, and a moment later, Sam and his scout returned. Let's move out, John said. No one argued. They fell into line behind Kelly as she navigated. Sam blazed the trail ahead. He had the best eyes and ears. Several times, he stopped and signaled everyone to freeze or hide, but it turned out to be just a rabbit or a bird. After several miles of marching, Sam dropped back. He whispered to John, This is too easy. It's not like any of the Chief's normal field exercise. John nodded. I've been thinking that too. Just keep your eyes and ears sharp. They stopped at noon to stretch and eat berries they had gathered along the trail. Fahad, Fajad spoke up. I want to know one thing, he said. He paused to wipe the sweat off his dark skin. We're going to get to the extraction point at the same time, So who's getting left behind? We should decide now. Draw straws, someone suggested. No, John said and stood. No one no one's being left behind. We're going to figure a way to get all of us out. How? Kelly asked, scratching her head. Mendez said, I know what he said, but there's got to be a way. I just haven't thought of one yet. Even if it has to be me that stays behind, I'll make sure everybody gets back to the base. John started marching again. Come on, we're wasting time. The other fell in behind him. The shadows of the tree lengthened and melded together, and the sun turned to the edge of the sky red. Kelly halted and motioned for everyone else to stop. We're almost there, she whispered. Me and Sam will scout it out, John said. Everyone fall out and keep quiet. The rest of the children silently followed his orders. John and Sam crept through the underbrush and then hunkered down at the edge of a meadow. The dropship sat in the center of the grassy field. Her floodlight illuminated everything for 30 meters. 6 men sat on the open launch ramp, smoking cigarettes and passing a canteen between themselves. Sam motioned to drop back. You recognize them? He whispered. No. You? Sam shook his head. They're not in uniform. They don't look like any soldiers I've ever seen. Maybe they're rebels? Maybe they stole the dropship and killed the chief. No way, John said. Nothing can kill the chief. But one thing's for sure. I don't think we can just walk up there and get a free ride back to the base. Let's go back. They crept back into the woods and then explained the situation to the others. What do you want to do? Kelly asked him. John wondered why she thought he had an answer. He looked around and saw everyone was watching him, waiting for him to speak. He shifted on his feet. He had to say something. Okay, we don't know who these men are or what they'll do when they see us. So we find out. The children nod, seeming to think this was the right thing to do. Here's how, John told them. First, I'll need a rabbit. That's me, Kelly said, and sprang to her feet. I'm the fastest. Good, John said. You go to the edge of the meadow and then let them see you. I'll go along and hide nearby and watch. In any case, anything happens to you, I'll report back to the others. She nodded. Then you lure a few back here. Run right past the spot. Sam, you'll be out in the open, pretending like you've broken your leg. Gotcha, Sam said. He walked over to Farhad and had him scrape his shin with his boot. Blood welled from the wound. The rest of you, John said, wait in the woods in a big circle. If they try to do anything but help Sam, John made a fist with his right hand and slammed it into his open arm. Remember the moose and the wolves? They all nodded and grinned. They had seen that lesson many times in Deja's classroom. Get some rocks, John told them. Kelly stripped off her parka, stretched her leg and knee. Okay, she said. Let's do this. Sam lay down, clutching his leg. Oh, it hurts. Help me. Don't overdo it, John. Motherfucker. Don't overdo it, John said, and kick some dirt on him, or they'll know it's a setup. John and Kelly then crept towards the meadow and halted a few meters from the edge. He whispered to her, If you want me to be the rabbit. She slugged him in the shoulder hard. You think I can do my part? I take it back, he said, rubbing his shoulder. John moved off 10 meters to her flank, took cover, and watched. Kelly emerged at the edge of the meadow, stepping into the illumination from the broad floodlight. Hey! She said, and waved her arm over her head. Over here! You got any food? I'm starving! The man slowly stood and pulled out stun batons. There's one. John heard them whisper. I'll get her. The rest of you stay here and wait for the others. The man cautiously approached Kelly. A stun baton held behind his back so she couldn't see it. She stayed put and waited for him to get closer. Hang on a sec. I dropped my jacket back there. I'll be right back. She turned and ran. The man leaped after her, but she had already vanished into the shadows. Stop! This will be too easy, one of the other men said. Kids won't know what hit them. Another remarked, fish in a barrel. The funny part is that I know what happens. That's just a funny part about knowing having read this book before. John had heard enough. He ran after Kelly, but realized that neither he nor the other man had a chance to catch her. He halted when he got close to where Sam lay. The man stopped. He looked around. His eyes got quite adjusted to the dark, then spotted Sam on the ground holding his bloody leg. Please help me. It's broken. I got your broken leg right here, kid. The man raised his baton. John picked up the rock. He threw it, but missed. The man spun around. Who's there? Sam rolled to his feet and darted away. There was a rustling in the forest, then a hail of stone whistled through the trees, pelting the man. Kelly appeared and sidearmed a rock as hard as she could and hit the man dead center in the forehead. Ow. Ah, ouch. Mm. Mm. Youch. Youcher. 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 Hmm. Okay. All right. Where was I? He toppled and slammed into the ground. The other children moved in. What do we do with him? Sam asked. It's just an exercise, right? Baha said. He has to be with Mendez. John rolled the man over. A trickle of blood snaked from his head into his eye socket. You heard him, John whispered. You heard what he was going to do to Sam. Mendez or our trainers would never do that to us, ever. He's got no uniform, no insignias. He's not one of us. John kicked the man in the face and then the ribs. The man reflexively curled into a ball. Get his baton. Sam grabbed the weapon. He kicked him too. Now we go back and get the others, John told him. Kelly, you be the rabbit again. Just get them to the edge of the clearing, duck out, and let us do the rest. She nodded and started back to the meadow. The rest of the squad fanned out, collecting rocks along the way. After a minute, Kelly stepped onto the grassy field and shouted, That guy fell and hit his head over here! The 5 remaining men stood and ran toward her. When they were close enough, John whistled. The air suddenly swarmed with stones. The men held up their hand and tried to protect themselves. They dropped and covered their heads. John whistled again, and 75 children charged screaming towards the bewildered men. The men got up to defend themselves. They looked stunned, like they couldn't believe that they were seeing. I mean, a swarm of 75 kids versus 5? Uh, yeah, yeah. You kinda fucked, buddy. Sam smashed his baton over a man's head. Fahad was hit squarely in the face by one man's fist, and he fell. The men were overwhelmed by a wave of flesh, beaten to the ground with fists and stones and boots until they no longer moved. Stan stood over their bleeding bodies. He was mad. They would have hurt him and his squad. He wanted to kick in their skull. He took a deep breath and then exhaled. He had better things to do and bigger problems to figure out. Anger would have to wait. Want to call Mendez now? Sam asked as he pulled Fahad shakily to his feet. Not yet, John told him. He marched onto the dropship. No one else was on board. John accessed the comm system and opened the mail link. He linked up with Deja. Her face appeared, a scratchy hologram hovering over the terminal. Good evening, Trainee 117, she said. Do you have a homework question? Kind of, he replied. One of CPO Mendez's assignments. Ah, after a moment's pause, she said, very well. I'm in an Albatross dropship. There's no pilot, but I need to get home. Teach me to fly it, please. Deja shook her head. You are not rated to fly that craft, Trainee, but I can help. Do you see the winged icon in the corner of your screen? Tap it 3 times. John tapped it and 100 icons and displays filled the screen. Touch the green arrow at 9 o'clock twice, she told him. He did, and then the words autopilot activated flash on screen. I have control now, Deja said. I will get you home. Hang on a second, John said and ran outside. Everyone on board! Double time! The children ran onto the ship. Kelly paused and asked, who's getting left behind? No one, John said. Just get in. He made sure he was the last one on the ship, then said, okay, Deja, get us out of here. The dropship's jets roared to life and it rose into the sky. 8 years old. 8 years old, by the way. John stood at attention. Did I fucking. Never mind. Sorry. John stood at attention in Chief Petty Officer Mendez's office. He had never been in here. No one had. A trickle of sweat dripped down his back. The dark wood paneling and the smell of cigar smoke made him feel claustrophobic. Mendez glowered at John as he read the report on his clipboard. The door opened and Dr. Halsey walked in. Mendez stood, gave her a curt nod, and then sat back in his padded chair. Hello, John, Dr. Halsey said. She sat across from Mendez, crossed her leg, and then adjusted her gray skirt. Dr. Halsey, John replied instantly. He saluted. None of the other grown up called him by his first name, ever. He didn't understand why she did. Brainy 117. Mendez snapped. Tell me again why you stole UNSC property and why you attacked the men I had assigned to guard it. John wanted to explain that he was just doing what had to be done, that he was sorry, that he would do anything to make it up. But John knew the chief hated whiners, almost as much as he hated excuses. Sir, John said, the guards were out of uniform, no insignia. They failed to identify themselves, sir. Hmm. Mended mused over the report again. So it seemed. And the ship? I took my squad home, sir. I was the last on board. So if anyone should have been left, I didn't ask for a passenger list, crewman. His voice softened to a growl, and he turned to Dr. Halsey. What are we going to do with this one? Do? She pushed her glass higher on her nose and examined John. I think that's obvious, Chief. Making him a squad leader. Now then, Chapter 6. It has now been 6 years later. 6 years has passed between Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, which means that John is now 14 years old in this. He is 14, by the way. Keep that in mind. Let me just take a bite. Like, it's important to understand how old they are depending on what happens because of the events that happens in this story. It helps put them in scale. What I just read in chapter 5, they were 8 years old. They managed to organize, beat up 6 grown ass men and steal a dropship. They had the numbers, yes. But it could have gone so much more worse if they didn't know what the fuck they were doing. Chapter 6. They are now 14 years old. 11:30, March 9, 2525. Epsilon Aerodyne System, Office of Naval Intelligence Medical Facility, in orbit around Planet Ridge. They are in outer space. I want that transmission decoded now, Dr. Halsey snapped at Deja. The encryption scheme is extremely complex, replied Deja, with a hint of irritation in her normally glass smooth voice. I don't even know why they bothered. Who else but Beta 5 Division even have the resources to use this data? Spare me the banter, Deja. I'm not in the mood. Just concentrate on the decryption. Yes, Doctor. Dr. Halsey paced across antiseptic white tiles of the observation room. One side of the room was filled with floor to ceiling terminals that monitored the vital signs of the children. Test subjects, she corrected herself. They displayed drug uptake rates and winking green, blue, and red status indicators, EKG, pulse rates, and 100 other pieces of medical data. The other side of the observation room overlooked dozens of translucent domes, windows into the surgical bays on the level below. Each bay was a sealed environment staffed with the best surgeons and biotechnicians that the Office of Naval Intelligence could drum up. The bay has been scrubbed and irradiated, and we're in the final preparation stage to receive and hold the special biohazardous material. Done, Deja announced. The file awaits your inspection, Doctor. Dr. Halsey stopped pacing and sat. On my glasses, please, Deja. Her glasses scan retinal and brain patterns, and the security of the barrier of the file lift. With a blink of her eye, she opened the file. It reads. Let me get some water for this. This is important. United Nations Space Command Priority Transmission 09872H-98. Encryption code red. Public key file Excise Access Omega from Admiral Isonris Jerome, Chief Medical Officer, UNSC Research Station Hopeful. 2. Dr. Catherine Elizabeth Halsey, MD, PhD, Special Civilian Consultant, Civilian Identification Number, yada, yada, yada. Subject Mitigating factors and relative biological risk associated with queried experimental medical procedure. Classification Restricted BGX Directive. Start file. Catherine, I am afraid further analysis has yielded no viable alternative to mitigate the risk in your proposed hypothetical experimentation. I have, however, attached the synopsis of my team's finding as well as all relevant cases studied. Perhaps you will find them useful. I hope it is a hypothetical study. The use of bonobos in your proposal is troublesome. These animals are expensive and rare now since they are no longer bred in captivity. I would hate to see such valuable specimen wasted in some Section 3 project. Best, YG. She winced at the veiled rebuke in the Admiral's communique. She had never approved, he had never approved of her decision to work with the Office of Naval Intelligence and made his disappointment with his star pupil evident every time she visited Hope. It was hard enough to justify the morality of the course she was about to embark. Jerome's disapproval only made her decision more difficult. Dr. Halsey grit her teeth and returned to the report. Synopsis of chemical slash biological risk. Warning. The following procedure are classified level 3 experimental. Primate test subject must be cleared through UNSC Quartermaster General Office Code OBF 34. Follow Gamma Code Biohazard Disposal Protocol. Point number 1. Carbide ceramic ossification. Advanced material grafting onto skeletal structure to make bone virtually unbreakable. Recommended coverage not to exceed 3% total bone mass because significant white blood cell necrosis. Specific risk for pre and near post-pubescent adolescents. Skeletal growth spurt may cause irreparable bone pulverization. See attached case study. Point number 2. Muscular enhancement injection. Protein complex is injected intramuscularly to increase tissue density and decrease lactase recovery time. Risk 5% of test subjects experience a fatal cardiac volume increase. Point number 3. Catalytic thyroid implant. Platinum pellet containing human growth hormone catalyst is implanted in the thyroid to boost growth of skeletal and muscle tissues. Risk rare instances of elephantiasis, suppressed sexual drive. 4. Point number 4. Occipital capillary reversal. Submergence and boosted blood vessel flow beneath the rods and cone of subject's retina. Produce a marked visual perception increase. Risk retinal rejection and detachment. Permanent blindness. See attached autopsy report. Point number 5. Superconducting fibrification of neural dendrite. Alteration of bioelectrical nerves, transduction to shielded electronic transduction. 300% increase in subject reflexes, anecdotal evidence of marked increase in intelligence, memory, and creativity. Risk, significant instance of Parkinson's disease and Fletcher's syndrome. End file. These are the main augmentations of the Spartan 2, which I could go into even deeper details. I could just literally go fetch Halsey's journal in my living room. Crazy, isn't it? Dr. Halsey closed the file. She erased all traces of it, sent Deja to track the file's pathway all the way back to Hopeful and destroy Admiral Jeromy's notes and files relative to this incident. She removed her glasses and pinched the bridge of her nose. I'm sorry, Deja. I too had hoped there would be some new process to lower the risk. Dr. Halsey sighed. I have doubt, Deja. I thought the reasons so compelling when we first started Project Spartan. Now, I just don't know. I have been I have been over the Oni's projection of outer colony stability 3 times, Doctor. Their conclusion is correct. A massive rebellion within 20 years unless drastic military action is taken. And you know the drastic military action the brass would like. The Spartans are our only option to avoid overwhelming civilian losses. They will be the perfect midpoint strike force. They can prevent a civil war. Only if they survive to fulfill that mission. Dr. Halsey countered. We should delay the procedures. More research needs to be done. We could use the time to work on Mjolnir. We need time to. There is another reason to proceed expeditiously, Deja said. Although I am loath to bring this to your attention, I must. If the Office of Naval Intelligence detect a delay in their prize project, you will likely be replaced by someone who harbors fewer dou- doubts. And regrettably for the children's, most likely someone less qualified. I hate this. Dr. Halsey got up and strode to the fire exit. And sometimes, Deja, I hate you too. She left the observation room. Mendez was waiting for her in the hallway. Walk with me, Chief, she said. He followed without a word as they took the stairs to the pre op wings of the hospital. Eric? Hi! Hi! Hello, readers! Hi! My name is Celia, the storyteller. I am an artist, life to the rigger, and the voice that narrates your every move. My model is self made and self drawn. Today, we are reading Halo the Fall of Reach. Thank you so much for the raid, Eric. How was your stream? What were you up to? Europa Universalis 4. Oh, I heard about that game. It, I think like this is one of those those kind of they would fall under the classic brand. How was that? Did you had a good time? We did a little strategic demonic worshipping. Your galaxy seems to have skin hanging from it. This is not skin actually. This is porcelain. My body is essentially broken, as you can see. I am a universe. I am merely mimicking humans, essentially. But yes, you are just in time. I was reading the story of Master Chief himself, as I am a very, very big Halo nerd myself. The universe of Halo has carried me through my childhood, my adolescence, and it is something that I have loved and loved to talk about. But hi, Eric. I didn't expect you to come over. I've heard a lot about you. You you are one of Judy's close friends as well, who I heavily look up to. I hope you have a good time, and if you need to run, then it's totally understandable. I hope you have a wonderful evening, and if you stay for the story, then you are more than welcome. I am currently on chapter 5, I believe, or chapter 6. I I'm on currently on chapter 6 of the Fall of Reach book, where we just got revealed that a lot of the Spartans' augmentations are extremely unethical, so to speak. But thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I love you. I'm giving you a follow. Here you go. But yes. Um, I can just take some time. Hang on. So my inspiration is Juniper Actius to become a live 2D rigger myself. I have been practicing live 2D rigging for nearly a year right now. This is actually my first model, the one that I'm currently using. The first one that I learned live 2D with and rigged myself. I have a few more. Punk. Model number 2, La Criatura. The fan model that I made for to show how I love Junie's community. It is something that I really really love. I learned how to make the little ear wiggle with the smile and everything, and also because yeah, letting out some secrets, folks. Look your eyes away. Yes. The universe of Halo is fascinating because everyone seems to forget that the Spartans are kidnapped children forced to suffer horrific augmentation for the sole purpose of being turned into bioweapons to kill and destroy their former homes and families. Masterclass in propaganda. Okay, let me correct you on that one. They were not made to kill and destroy their former homes and families. They were made as a beacon of hope in order to prevent the insurrections from becoming worse. What they didn't know was going to happen is the covenant. Yes. So the biggest thing that they could not ever see coming was the covenant uprising, being pushed back to the brinks of near extinction because of them. However, a lot of things that isn't said in the Halo universe, essentially, that every children that got kidnapped was replaced by a clone, and that clone suffered an insufferable amount of pain until it died. Some of the parents knew that something was up, and they tried to get answers from that. But sadly, well, Covenant happened, and you know the rest. We didn't really see any closure about that. They can kidnap me, for science. I mean, depends what you have to offer. Let's see. In the prologue of The Fall of Reach, we see that a Spartan is capable of clearing half a kilometer under 37 seconds. Half a kilometer on a slope, needless to say, in 37 seconds. A Spartan is capable of running up to 50 kilometers an hour alone at full speed, which, is fucking insane. But yes. Now, chapter 6. We just finished reading about the forewarning and doubts of Admiral Jerome towards Dr. Halsey, and about the augmentation, the experimental hypothetical augmentation that Dr. Halsey threw without, wink wink, uh told them that they were actually going to do those. So we were just about to enter John's 117's room inside the hopeful space station. They entered room 117. John lay in bed, and an IV drip was attached to his arm. His head had been shaved, and incision vectors had been lasered onto his entire body. Despite these indignities, Dr. Halsey marveled at what a spectacular physical specimen he had grown into. 14 years old, and he had the body of an 18-year-old Olympic athlete, and a mind the equal of any Naval Academy honors graduate. Dr. Halsey forced the best smile she could muster. How are you feeling? I am fine, ma'am, John replied, groggily. The nurse said the sedation would take effect soon. I'm fighting it to see how long I can stay awake. His eyelid fluttered. It's not easy. John spot Mendez and he struggled to sit up and salute, but failed. I know this is one of the chief's exercise, but I don't know what the twist is. Can you tell me, Dr. Halsey? Just this time, how do I win? Mendez looked away. Dr. Halsey leaned closer to John as he would close his eyes and start to breathe deeply. I'll tell you how to win, John. You have to survive. Now, March 9 to March 30. So that means nearly two-thirds of a month passed between chapter 6 and chapter 7. At the 0th hour, March 30, 2525, UNSC carrier Atlas en route to the Lambda Serpentis system. And so, we commit the bodies of our fallen brothers to space. Mendez sullenly closed his eyes for a moment. The ceremony completed, he pressed a control, and the ash canisters moved slowly into the ejection tube and the void beyond. John stood rigidly at attention. The carrier's missile launch bay, normally cramped, overcrowded, and bustling with activity, were unusually quiet. The Atlas firing deck had been cleared of munition and crew. Long, unadorned black banners now hung from the bay's overhead gantry. Honor. Ten hut! Mendez barked. John and the other surviving Spartans saluted in unison. Duty, Mendez said. Honor and self sacrifice. Death does not diminish these qualities in a soldier. We shall remember. A series of thumps resounded through the Atlas hull as the canisters were hurled into space. The view screen flickered and displayed a field of stars. The canisters appeared one by one, quickly falling behind the carrier as it continued on its course. John watched, with each of the stainless steel cylinders that drifted by. He felt that he was losing a part of himself. It felt like leaving his people behind. Mendez's face might as well have been chiseled from stone for all the emotion it showed. He finished his protracted salute and then said, "Crewmen, dismissed." Not everything had been lost. John glanced around the launch chamber. Sam, Kelly, and 30 others still stood at attention in their black dress uniforms. They had made it unarmed through the last mission. Wasn't quite the right word, more or less. There were a dozen others, though, who had lived, but were no longer soldiers. It hurt to it hurt John to look at them. Fahad sat in a wheelchair, shaking uncontrollably. Kirk and Renee were in neutral buoyancy gel tanks, breathing through respirators. Their bones had been so twisted they no longer looked human. There were others still alive, but with injuries so critical they could not be moved. Orderlies pushed Fajad and the other injured, towards the elevator. John strode towards them and stopped, blocking their path. "Stand fast, crewman," he demanded. "Where are you taking my men?" The orderly halted and his eyes widened. He swallowed and then said, Sir, I have my orders, sir." "Squad leader," Mendez called out. "A moment." "Stay," John told the orderly, and marched to face Chief Mendez. "Yes, sir." "Let them go. They can't fight anymore. They don't belong here." John inadvertently glanced at the view screen and the long line of canisters as they shrank in the distance. "What will happen to my men?" "The Navy take care of its own," Mendez replied, and lifted his chin a little higher. "They may no longer be the fastest or the strongest soldiers, but they still have sharp minds. They can still plan missions, analyze data, troubleshoot ops." John exhaled a sigh of relief. Can we just take a moment? These the Spartans that didn't make it are now just fucking pen pushers. And they are in constant pain. They don't even look human anymore. And John is relieved of that. There's a morality in here, right? There's a morality here. But then again, um, child soldier. Anyway, John exhaled a sigh of relief. That's all any of us ask for, sir. A chance to serve. Fucking brainwash. He turned to face Fahad and the others. He snapped to attention and saluted. Fahad managed to raise one shaking arm and return the salute. The orderlies wheeled them away. John looked at what remained of his squad. None of them had moved since the memorial ceremony. They were waiting for their next mission. Brainwash. "Our orders, sir?" John asked. "2 days full bed rest, squad leader. Then microgravity physical therapy aboard the Atlas until you recover from the side effects of your augmentation." Side effects. John flexed his hand. He was clumsy now. Sometimes he could barely walk without falling. Dr. Halsey had assumed him that these side effects were a good sign. Your brain must relearn how to move your body with faster reflexes and stronger muscles, she told him. But his eyes hurt, and they bled a little in the morning too. He had constant headache. Every bone in his body ached. John didn't understand any of this. He only knew that he had a duty to perform. And now he feared he wouldn't be able to do. Is that all, sir? He asked Mendez. Let's go back a few pages back, right? Um let's see. Let's see. Where's that part about yeah, carbide ceramic ossification. Advanced material grafting onto skeletal structure to make bones virtually unbreakable. Recommended coverage not to exceed 3% total bone mass. Think about that. 3% total bone mass. They were fully played. I'm pretty sure if I just get the Halsey's journal, I can have the like better a better fucking idea of what they went through. Would you guys be interested in that before we move on? Should I pull out Halsey's journal? Hmm? Anybody? You know what? I'm gonna go fetch it. It's not that far. Let me go fetch the journal. We will get a better insight of what the fuck this bitch did. All right. Funnily enough, funnily enough, the journal opened at the right page because it also coincide with the time of the chapter 6, which is March 9. So, from Halsey's journal, we have the full list of the augmentation. I divided the final list of augmentations into two categories: those that fall within 12.5% lethal slash malformation tolerance, and those with higher failure rates or long term side effects that we haven't adequately studied. Accepted protocols. Number one, occipital capillary reversal. Marked visual perception increase. Risk. 11% have retinal rejection and permanent blindness. Point two, muscular enhancement injections. Increase tissue density and decrease lactase recovery time. Risk. 5% of test subjects experience fatal cardiac volume increase. Three, carbide ceramic ossification, the one we just talked about. Advanced material grafting into skeletal structure makes bone virtually unbreakable. Risk 3.8% fail rate due to possible mutation and compromised metrics slash marrow integrity based on primate case study. 4. Catalytic thyroid implants. Human growth hormones catalyst boost growth of skeletal and muscle tissue. The risk 2% acquires elephantiasis thyroid implant. Oh, wait, no, that's for that. There's a lot of little doodles in this thing. So the fifth one, superconducting fibrification of neural dendrites significantly increase reflexes. The risk 12% contract Parkinson's disease and Fletcher's syndrome. The bottom lines an acceptable but alarming rates of failures, a rate that I fear may be enhanced by cross chemical complication, to say nothing of the systemic physiological stress that may produce cardiac arrest and or aneurysm. Although the following protocols have unacceptable fail rate, they show promises and may, with future research, be redesigned within acceptable tolerance. 1. Adrenal thermal metabolism. Enhance adrenal response under physiological distress. Catalyst, however, breaks down into high toxic waste products, making this protocol eventually fatal. Future research possible coenzyme inhibitor. 2. Cyclosynthetic neural transmission gene sequence. Significant evidence to support increase in intelligence and cognitive markers. Very high rate of psychotic and antisocial behavior. Absolutely prohibit the use of this protocol on any Spartan 2 candidates. Future research. Gradual application over the subject's early life mitigates side effects. Long long-term studies being quietly arranged. See notes on Operation Tendrils. This bitch is already planning another fucking program. Leukocytic coprotein complex and microfibrin spindlase. Wound suppression and near instant blood clotting of vascular breaches. 33% of subject incur fatal clotting. Future research unknown. Neuron surface viral macrophage. Site injection on neural tissues boosts selenium fiber bonding by 3 orders of magnitude. Subsequent appliance fall well within acceptable signal to noise ratio, making cybernetics augmentation and integration possible. Fail rate unknown, but I am loath to manipulate neural parameters without more detailed studies. Future research pending. We start the augmentation phase tomorrow. If only there were a god to pray. Dude, this thing is just this is insane. I love Halo. I love Halo, but what the fuck? Morality off the window. All right. Bonk. Yonk, yonk. All right. Right. Moving on. Moving on. Where was I? Ah, yes. No, the chief replied. Deja will be running your squad through the dropship pilot simulator as soon as they are up to it. And he added, if they're if they are up for a challenge, she wanted to cover some more organic chemistry and complex algebra. Yes, sir, John replied. We're up to the challenge. Good. John continued to stand fast. Was there something else, squad leader? John furrowed his brows, hesitated, and then finally said, I was squad leader. The last mission was therefore my responsibility, and members of my squad died. What did I do wrong? Dude, dude. Mendez stared at John with his impenetrable black eyes. He glanced at the squad, then back to John. Walk with me. He led John to the view screen. He stood and watched as the last of the canisters vanished into the darkness. A leader must be ready to send the soldiers under his command to their death. Mendez said without turning to face John. You do this because your duty to the UNSC supersedes your duty to yourself or even your crew. John looked away from the view screen. He couldn't look at the emptiness anymore. He didn't want to think of his teammates, friends who were like brothers and sisters to him, forever lost. It is acceptable, Mendez said, to spend their lives if necessary. He finally turned and met John's gaze. It is not acceptable, however, to waste those lives. Do you understand the difference? I I believe I understand, sir. But which was it on this last mission? Lives spent or lives wasted? Mendez turned back towards the blackness of space and didn't answer. Now, a, f- a few weeks passed between page 78 and page 79. However, I kind of want to go over Halsey's journal at the same time as we go through because there is a lot of good things in this thing. Now, if I go here to where is it? Just find the page from earlier. There it is. So, Algy's journal, the next entry is from April 1st, 2525, which is before the next part that we will be reading. Failure. As a scientist, I've been trained to regard a failure as a data point, build a trend from many data, project long term structures, and learn from my mistakes. But now, every failure means some malformation in a child or an excruciating death. Was the need commensurate with the risk? We had to move quickly. The onset of puberty was the gating factor. That and the pressure from a growing insurgent threat. We must move forward, find solutions. I'm sure the vice admiral's only trauma expert are reporting that I'm not letting go. They can all go to hell. I've ordered that no candidate autopsies be performed. Non invasive scan and blood tests are permissible. Brief funeral service, closed casket, serve to help surviving Spartan attain psychological closure. Bodies of augmentation washout or cryogenically preserved, pending further study. Perhaps one day we'll discover a way to ameliorate or reverse lethal side effects and revive some, if not all of them. That is my hope. Reviving these candidates will be fraught with complexities and not just from a technological perspective. How would they respond to an essentially new world when resuscitated months or even years later? How would surviving Spartan react to their comrades' resurrection? I certainly can't predict. One thing is certain: Oni would find a use for them. Those ravaged by malformations, too serious to continue the Spartan 2 program, have been offered various desk, quote unquote, duties within Oni, thus allowing them to move on with a semblance of normality. I've assigned Deja to investigate as yet theoretical therapies that may resuscitate these washouts as fully functioning Spartans. One protocol already looks promising: the complete bone restructuring and attendant nanograft to effectively replace the skeletal system in toto. This may prove especially useful for Rene or Kirk. I'll let them adjust to the new jobs for several months before suggesting some of the experimental procedures, by which time the candidates will likely be willing to try anything to recover. Their path may be most arduous of all Spartans, but I can't see them surviving vigorous indoctrination and training only to become passive spectators. The fact that they are keeping those corpses, those that died, some of them cryogenically preserved for later, in hope, a hope to give them a better life. Fucking insane. Now, 0430, 0430, April 22nd, 2525, UNSC carrier Atlas on patrol in the Lambda Serpentis system. John oriented himself as he entered the gym. From the stationary corridor, it was easy to see that this section of the Atlas rotated. Like other ships of this age, acceleration gave the circular walls a semblance of gravity. Unlike the other portion of the dated carrier, however, this section wasn't cylindrical, but rather a segmented cone. The outer portion was wider and rotated more slowly than the narrower inner portion, simulating gravitational force from 1/4 to 2 gravity along the length of the gym. There were free weights, punching and speed bags, a boxing ring, and machines to stretch and tone every muscle group. No one else was up this early. He had the place to himself. John started with arm curls. He went to the center section, calibrated at 1G, and picked up a 20-kilogram dumbbell. It felt wrong, too light. The spin must be off. He set the weight down and picked up a 40-kilogram set. That felt right. For the last 3 weeks, the Spartan had gone through a daily routine of stretching, isometric exercise, light sparring drills, and lots of eating. They were under order to consume 5 high-protein meals a day. After every meal, they had to report to the sheep medical bay for a series of mineral and vitamin injections. John was looking forward to getting back to Reach and his normal routine. There were only 32 soldiers left in his squad. 30 candidates had washed out of the Spartan program. They died during the augmentation process. The other dozens suffering from side effects of the process had been personally reassigned within the Office of Naval Intelligence. Hi! Hi, Doctor! Welcome, welcome. 343 did not write this book. This was Bungie, dude. This was Eric. This is written by Eric Nylund back when Bungie was goaded. He missed them all, but he and the others had to go on. They had to recover and prove themselves all over again. John wished Chief Mendez had warned him. He could have prepared. Maybe that was a trick to the last mission. To learn to be prepared for anything. He wouldn't let his guard down again. He took a seat at the leg machine, set it to the maximum weight, but it felt too light. He moved to the high GN of the gym. Things felt normal again. John worked every machine, then moved to a speed bag, a little ball attached to the floor and ceiling by a thick elastic band. There were only certain allowed frequency at which the bag could be hit, or it gyrated chaotically. His jabbed forward, cobra quick, and struck. The speed bag moved, but slowly, like it was underwater. far too slowly, considering how hard he had hit it. The tension on the line must be turned way down. He twanged the line and hummed. It was tight. Was everything broken in this room? He pulled a pin from the locking collar on the bench press. John walked to the center section, supposedly 1G. He held the pin a meter off the deck and dropped it. It clattered on the deck. It looked as if it had fallen normally, but somehow it also looked slow to John. He set the timer on his watch and dropped the pin again. 45 hundredths of a second. 1 meter in about a half second. He forgot the formula for distance and acceleration, so he ran through the calculus and rederived the equation. He even did the square root. He frowned. He had always struggled with math before. The answer was a gravitational acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared, 1 standard g. Math table. Math. Very important for very important in in world building. So the room was rotating correctly. He was out of calibration. His experiment was cut short. 4 men entered the gym. They were out of uniform, wearing only shorts and boots. Their heads were cleanly shaven. They were all heavily muscled, lean and fit. The largest of the four was taller than John. Scars covered one side of his face. Imagine being taller than a Spartan, dude. Sorry. John could tell they were special forces. Orbital drop shock troopers. The ODSTs had the traditional tattoo burned onto their arms. Drop jet jumpers and feet first into hell. Hell jumpers. The infamous 105, 105th. John had overheard mess hall chatter about them. They had a reputation for success and for brutality, even against fellow soldiers. John gave them a polite nod. They just brushed past him and started on the high gravity free weight. The largest ODST lifted the bar of the bench press. He struggled, and the bar wavered unsteadily. The iron plates on the right end slid off and fell to the deck. The opposite end of the bar tilted, and he dropped the weight, almost crushing his spotter's foot. Startled by the noise, John jumped up. What the? The big ODST stood and glared at the locking collar that had slipped off. Someone took the pin! He growled and turned to John. John picked up the pin. The error was mine, he said, and stepped forward. My apologies. The four ODSTs moved as one toward John. The big guy with the scars stood a hand's breadth away from John's nose. Why don't you take that pin and shove it? He said, grinning. Or better yet, maybe I should make you eat it. He nodded to his friends. John only knew 3 ways to react to people. If they were his superior officers, he obeyed them. If they were part of his squad, he helped them. If they were a threat, he neutralized them. So when the men surrounding him moved, he hesitated. Not because he was afraid, but because these men could have fallen into any of John's 3 categories. He didn't know their ranks. They were fellow servicemen at the UNST, but at the moment, they didn't seem friendly. The 2 men flanking him grabbed John's bicep. The one behind him tried to slip an arm around his neck. John hunched his shoulders and tucked his chin to his chest so he couldn't be choked. He whipped his right elbow over the hand holding him, pinned it to his side, and then straight punched the man and broke his nose. The other 3 reacted, tightening their grip and stepping closer, but like the drop pin, they moved slowly. John ducked and slipped out of the unsuccessful headlock. He spun free, breaking the grasp of the man on his left at the same time. Stand down! A booming voice echoes across the gym. A sergeant stepped into the gym and strode towards them. Unlike Mendez, who was fit and trim and was always serious, this man's stomach bulged over his belt and he looked bemused. John snapped to attention. The other stood there and continued to glare at John. Sarge! The man with the bleeding nose said. We were just. Did I ask you a question? The sergeant barked. No, Sergeant! The sergeant eyed John. Then the ODSTs. If you're all so eager to fight, get in the ring and go to it. Sir! John said. He went to the boxing ring, slipped through the rope, and stood there waiting. This was starting to make sense. It was a mission. John had received order from a superior officer, and the four men were now targets. The big ODST pushed through the ropes, and the other gathered to watch. I'm going to rip you to pieces, meat. He grunted through clenched teeth. John sprang off his back foot and lashed his entire weight behind his first strike. His fist smashed into the man's white chin. John's left hand followed an impact on the soldier's jaw. The man's hands came up. John stepped in, pinned one of the man's arm to his chest, and followed through with a hook to his floating ribs. Bones broke. The man staggered back. John took a short step, brought his heel down on the man's knees. Three more punches, and the man was against the rope. Then he stopped moving. His arm and leg and neck tilted at unnatural angles. The three other men moved. One with the bloody nose grabbed an iron bar. John didn't need order this time. Three attackers at once. He had to take him out before they surround him. He might be faster, but he didn't have eyes in the back of his head. The man with the iron bar swung a vicious blow at John's ribs. John sidestepped, grabbed the man's hand, and clamped it to the bar. He twisted the bar and crushed the bones of his attacker's wrist. John snapped a side kick towards the second man, caught him in the groin, crushing the soft organs and breaking his target's pelvis. Mm. Mm. Lovely. John pulled the bar free, whipped around, and caught the third man in the neck, hitting him so hard the ODST was propelled over the ropes. At ease, number 117, Chief Petty Officer Mendez barked. John obeyed and dropped the bar. Like the pin, it seems to take too long for the impromptu weapon to hit the deck. The ODSTs lay crumpled on the ground, either unconscious or dead. Mendez, at the far end of the gym, strode towards the boxing ring. The sergeant stood with his mouth open. Chief Mendez, sir! He snapped a crisp salute. What are you? He turned to John. His eyes widened and he murmured, he's one of them, isn't he? Medics are on their way, Mendez said promptly. He stepped closer to the sergeant. There are two intel officers waiting for you in ops. They'll debrief you. He stepped back. I suggest you report to them immediately. Yes, sir, the sergeant said. He almost ran out of the gym. He looked over he looked once over his shoulder at John. Then he moved even faster. Your workout is over for today, Mendez told John. John saluted and left the ring. A team of medics entered with stretchers and rushed towards the boxing ring. Permission to speak, sir, John said. Mendez nodded. Were those men part of a mission? Were they targets or teammates? John knew that this had to be some sort of mission. The chief had been too close for it to be a coincidence. You engage and neutralize a target. That action seems to have answered your question, squad leader. John wrinkled his forehead as he thought it through. I followed the chain of command. The sergeant told me to fight. I was threatened and in imminent danger, but they were still UNSC Special Force, fellow soldiers. Mendez lowered his voice. Not every mission has simple objectives or comes to a logical conclusion. Your priorities are to follow the orders in your chain of command, and then to preserve your life and the lives of your team. Is that clear? Sir. Yes, sir, John said. He glanced back at the ring. Blood was seeping into the canvas mat. John had an odd feeling in the pit of his stomach. He hit the showers and let the blood rinse off him. He felt strangely sorry for the men he had killed, but he knew his duty. The chief had even been unusually verbose in order to clarify the matter, follow orders, and keep himself and his team safe. That's all he had to focus on. John didn't give the incident in the gym another thought. My man is focused, determined, and has a clear objective. Is John autistic? Imagine if he was, dude. Holy shit, that would be fucking crazy. Okay, folks. My throat is killing me. It's been 4 hours. I'm gonna stop it here, and we're gonna pick this back up next week. I felt spoken to. Yeah. Let's go see who you're rating today. My throat is fucking killing me. Yeah, thank you so much, guys, for being here today. Uh, hmm. You know what? Uh, let's check something. Let's see if somebody likes playing Halo or something and rate them accordingly. Uh, hmm. Do we have anybody? Why is it so hard to see people? Unless I go see someone. Hmm. Let's go see Tiff. Let's go see my wifey. My voice is very sore right now. Thank you so much, Guy, for joining me tonight. It was really fun. It helped me calm down, and I think that's what I needed today. Thanks. Thank you so much. All right, folks. I don't have anything much to say. Tomorrow afternoon, I do have a collab with Gag. We'll be playing Synthetic. It will be my first time as well to play this game. So looking forward to that. Thank you so much. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Have a great weekend, guys. Bye bye.